Good morning. Welcome to Brussels and welcome to the 12th European Forum on the Rights of the Child. This year's forum is titled Where We Are and Where We Want to Go, as we would like to take this opportunity to reflect upon what we have achieved for the protection and promotion of the rights of the child in the European Union, and to reflect together on the challenges that are lying ahead of us. My name is Valeria Setti. I am the European Coordinator on the Rights of the Child. I have myself participated to several fora in the past as a participant, but this is my first forum in this role. I have taken up the position last September, succeeding to Margaret Tweet, that you all know, and whose work and dedication and perseverance we all miss. I think she's in the room. Margaret, I can see you there. Give us a wave. You do not need to hear this from me, because you know it for sure, but you are really missed, and I am really happy that you could join us today. Thank you, Margaret. So the real beginning of this forum, it's at 9:30 with our high-level opening session. I am here to really just give you a short overview of the 2 days program and some housekeeping rules. As you probably have noticed by now, we have interpretation available. You will be able to speak and listen to English, French, German, Italian and Spanish. And please let me ask all speakers and all of you, when you will be taking the floor from the audience, do take into consideration that we have interpretation. Try to adjust the pace of your interventions accordingly so that our colleagues in the booths can do a good job. All plenary sessions will be interpreted, as well as the workshop on the protection of children in migration, which will take place in this room. The other 2 workshops will be in English only. Now, let me introduce a very important person to this forum, our moderator, our master of ceremonies, Adrio Vacchetta. Welcome. Adrio has worked in the humanitarian and development and cooperation field for a long time, including as the executive director of Doctors Without Borders in Germany. He is now, since little more than 10 years, assisting through Sandstone Consulting, assisting key international civil society organizations in their governance and functioning. He's an experienced facilitator, and he will be helping us throughout these 2 days, facilitating our discussions and keeping a red thread throughout our forum. Now, if we have a look together at the program that we have ahead of us for these 2 days, after our high-level opening plenary, we'll have a coffee break in the outside space, in the atrium space outside of this room. So all our coffee breaks and the lunch today and tomorrow will take place here outside of the room. When we come back, we're going to have a presentation from 3 girls on the Europe Kids Wants survey. In this forum, we are fortunate to have 9 children and adolescents participating throughout the 2 days. You don't see them yet. They will be joining us in a few minutes as they are meeting with Commissioner Jourova, and they will come at 9:30. Both before and after our lunch, we will have 2 panel conversations about the challenges that are lying ahead of us for the protection of children's rights in Europe. 4 distinguished experts in each panel will help us reflect on a broad range of issues related to children's rights. In the last part of today, we will have workshops. 3 parallel workshops are taking place, one on the protection of children in migration, one on children's rights in the ever-changing digital environment, and the third one on children and young people's participation in the EU political and democratic life. You have chosen at the moment of registration which workshop you'd like to attend, but there's also a reminder in the back of your badge reminding you where you need to go this afternoon and tomorrow morning. The Children in Migration workshop is going to take place, as I said, in this room and is going to have interpretation. The Children Rights in the Digital Environment is going to take place in room OB, which is just next door to our left. And the Child Participation workshop is going to take place this afternoon in room 3A, which is located on the 3rd floor, and tomorrow morning in room OC, here on the ground floor. All this is indicated in your program, so this is not your only chance to note down where you need to go afterwards. Today we will finish around 5:45, and tomorrow morning you will go back to your workshop sessions. So the sessions of today and tomorrow are not going to be the same. We aren't repeating the workshops. The session of tomorrow is going to build on the session of today. So if you're going to the protection of children in migration this afternoon, please come back to the same workshop tomorrow morning. Before lunch tomorrow, we're going to all come back after we've spent a fair amount of time in our theme-specific discussions. We're all going to come back to plenary for our reporting sessions, where we're going to have the chance to hear the highlights of the discussions from the 3 workshops. And after lunch, we are going to conclude with 6 distinguished speakers in a conversation, engaging in a conversation about how to further strengthen the protection of children's rights in Europe. And the day will finish around 4 tomorrow, 4:15. I'd also like to remind you that we have an informal dinner tonight for us to get to know each other better and to continue those conversations that we will be starting during the day. So please join us as of 7 p.m. at the Ton City Center Hotel, which is where the majority of you are staying. If throughout the 2 days you have some questions or issues regarding your travel, accommodation, other logistic issues, please, you can turn to us, you can turn to the colleagues from TPIC. They are wearing an orange scarf. Most of them will be at the registration outside, and they'll be happy to help you. I'd like also to remind everybody who's active on Twitter that we have a hashtag EU Child Forum. Please use it. Please let's get our message out there through social media. And I also like to recall you that we have an app that was also used in the past for a couple of past editions of the forum. Some of you might have are familiar with it already. It's an app where you can find the program, the list of participants, the biographies of speakers. You can get in touch with one another, sending a message. There's the background documents and other important information regarding the forum. So please do use it as yet another tool that we have to be in touch with one another. Maybe we should try and use the app a little bit as a test. I hope that many of you have actually downloaded. If you want to take your phones out, and we're going to give it a go. We have a little kind of quiz or a few questions to get a sense of who's in the room today. So I'm going to do it with you. When you open the app, EU Child Forum, and you go on the tab More, so the bottom tab on your right-hand side, you have an option at the very bottom which is Vote. If you click on it, you should land on the first question, which I'd like to ask everybody in the room. What type of stakeholder do you represent? And you have several options, and you can scroll down the screen because the list is longer than what you see in your screen at the beginning. Please choose whether you represent academia, EU institutions, independent experts, international organization, national authority, NGO, ombudspersons, other practitioner, or the organizers of the conference. I'll leave a few seconds for everybody to vote. Select your option, click send. I see a fair amount of people active on their phone. Okay, we can have a look at the results. So, I see a whopping 40% of non-governmental organization, 22, it's changing, of course, people are still voting. We have 22 national authorities, 22% of course, and represented we have academia, EU institutions, international organizations, ombudspersons as well. Practitioner is still at 0, I think. I can't see very well. It's, I think, a little tool for us to have an idea who's in the room. And on top of that, I'd like to share the fact that out of the 270 people that we have here today, we have all EU member states represented, and we have 10 non-EU member states represented as well, which for us it's definitely a very good result. So let's go maybe to the second question. Is this your first time at the forum? We would like to see how many of you have been working in the field for a long time and have been coming to this annual appointment. We do not see the options yet. No, we do not see the yes or no. Yeah, right. So please vote. Let's have a look at the results. They can change while we're here, but so yeah, more first-timers for the time being. So welcome, indeed, to your first forum on the rights of the child. We will then distribute maybe the final results at the end of today, because you're still voting. And then we have the last question. We want to know if there's anybody in the room who's attended the 12 editions of the EU Forum. And you can use the app, or you can just stand up and you'll have a big round of applause and possibly a prize. I don't think anybody here has, so okay, we thought we might have a couple, but no. Very, very last question. This is to test if you've read well the background document for the forum. Can you please choose among the 4 options that we have given you the percentage of children among the EU population? And we can show the results. A very good percentage, indeed, of colleagues who have read the background document. No, that's a joke, of course. But yes, 19% is roughly the percentage of children among the EU population. So this was just a little way to break the ice and start the forum. This is all from me. I thank you very so much for being here today, and I wish us all 2 good days in this forum. Thank you very much.
Okay, is that working okay? Yeah. So, yeah, hello everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here at this cornerstone event, in particular in this 30th anniversary of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. As Valeria mentioned, I've done a lot of work with civil society organizations. I've got lots of experience in humanitarian aid. I've even been involved in bringing together some of the larger child-focused organizations to develop a joint project, but I consider myself by no means an expert in the field of child rights, and nothing compared to all of you. And so I'm very much looking forward to sharing and especially learning from everybody. Our title, as Valerie has said, is Where Are We and Where We Want to Go. So going into these days, one of the thoughts in my head is, how much do our past words, our actions line up with the commitments that we've made? So what are the things we've said, and have we delivered on those commitments? And how well are we doing in ensuring the rights of children, whilst also ensuring that there's space for them to not have just a voice, but to have a real influence in the world around them, and not just today, but not just in the future, but also today. So later in the day, we've got some forward-looking panel discussions, and we have some wonderful speakers that are going to come and help us with that. But to get us started, we have 5 eminent speakers that will give a keynote speech each, in order to give us a sense of, where are we now, and to set the benchmark for the discussions in the days ahead. So I'll introduce them all, and then they will come up in turn and speak. So we have Vera Jourova, the European Commissioner for Justice and Consumers and Gender Equality. We have Anna Maria Corazza-Bildt, member of the European Parliament, coordinator and spokesperson for the rights of the child. We have Charlotte Petri-Gonitska, Deputy Executive Director of UNICEF. We have Gabriella Battaini-Dragoni, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. And we have Gabriella Coleman, President of the National Authority for the Protection of Children's Rights and Adoption in Romania. So welcome to our eminent speakers. Vera, I would give you the word.
Okay. Good morning once again. Welcome to the 12th European Forum on the Rights of the Child. I will start a little bit with a personal comment. For me, usually the Monday morning is not the most energetic moment. I don't know how you are with it, especially after the changed time. Yeah, the clock. But this morning I got such a good injection, I think, for the whole week, because I met the young people, I met the young representatives from Romania, Croatia, the Netherlands, Slovenia. I met Rania from Syria, and I think that from time to time, we politicians who are around 50 should enjoy these moments. And my advice to the young people was, be vocal and annoy us. We should be listening more to you. So I want to thank the young colleagues once again, and you will hear from them, their messages later today. Thank you very much.
This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. This convention is the most widely ratified international human rights instrument, and all the member states of the European Union are parties to it. We also celebrate this year the 10th anniversary of the entry into force of the Charter for Fundamental Rights, which forms the basis for all action at EU level on the rights of the child. To celebrate these important anniversaries and to mark the last European Forum under President Juncker's Commission, at this year's forum we will discuss where we are and where we want to go. We will have the chance over the next 2 days to reflect on the progress we have made to strengthen children's rights in the EU and identify priorities for our future collective work. 19%, this is the percentage of the current EU population below 18 years old of age. Almost a fifth of the total EU population are children. The work we do in the EU has an impact on children. All our policies, legislation, funding programs, and we have to ensure that our work respects the rights of the child. As I said at the beginning, I just had the privilege to spend a while with the children and young people who are here with us today and who will be participating in the forum discussions in the next 2 days. I met Ariana, Alexandra, Raresh and Tudor from Romania, Petra and Lucia from Croatia, Shondel and Lieke from the Netherlands, Rania from Syria. They all have different stories to tell, and they all hope for different things. But they have one thing in common, the desire to contribute in their own way to shaping the future of Europe. This meeting reminded me of why we do the work we do in the European institution. We are working together to build a stronger union, a better union, and we cannot do so without our younger fellow citizens. For a few months, children and students have been on the streets of Brussels and in many more cities around the world to demonstrate the call upon governments to take action on climate change. And the world is watching. Children started and managed this movement, exercising their right to have a voice and choosing a way to influence their own destinies. While reflecting on where we are and discussing where we want to go, one of the key priority areas that we identified for this forum's work is child participation in the EU political and democratic life. This topic is also a priority for the European Parliament. You will hear about it from Madam Maria. European Parliament, which invited dozens of young people last November on the International Children's Day, and for the Romanian presidency as the junior ambassadors, whom I met this morning, have clearly shown. To combat growing skepticism towards the EU and build a strong future for the Union, we have to begin by gaining the trust of children and adolescents. The outcome of these 2 days will inform our future policy choices. I am pleased to announce that as a concrete follow-up to the forum's discussions, the Commission will launch a study by the end of this year to explore how to strengthen child participation in democratic life and at EU level and how EU institutions can play a role on this. Another theme that we have proposed for discussion at this forum is children's rights in the digital environment. The European Commission wants to build a better online environment for young users. The European Commission's Safer Internet Activities aim to protect as well as empower young people to become confident and responsible digital citizens. The EU-funded National Centres for Safer Internet Centres run helplines for young people, parents and teachers on any issue they face online. They also contribute to raising awareness about children's use of internet and fight the dissemination of online child sexual abuse material. But there is much more than children's online safety to discuss. Children of today are so much at home in digital sphere. Whether we speak about online safety, cyberbullying, media literacy, data protection, or use of new technologies to enhance participation, we cannot deny that the forever changing and evolving digital world affects children's rights on every front. The third area that this forum will focus on is the protection of children in migration. This has been a priority for the Commission since the migration crisis erupted back in 2015. I have been actively working on this area in cooperation with my colleague Dimitris Avramopoulos, and in April 2017, the Commission adopted a communication for the protection of children in migration. At the center of this communication is the need to protect children's rights, regardless of the origin or status of each child and throughout the whole migration process. Progress on this front has been uneven. Greece adopted in the summer of 2018 a framework law reforming the system of guardianship for unaccompanied children, and Italy adopted in April 2017 rules that introduced a system of voluntary guardians. Through EU funding, the work towards establishing a European guardianship network has begun under the leadership of NIDOS, the Dutch guardianship agency. Under the Rights, Equality and Citizenship Programme, we have set up direct grants to the International Organization for Migration, Save the Children, UNICEF and the UNHCR to support activities that relate to the protection of children in migration in 13 EU countries. These grants financed, among other things, child protection mobile teams in Italy to provide psychosocial assistance and informal education activities, the dissemination of child-friendly information in several languages in Sweden to let children know about their rights and accessible services, and better data collection and information management on the situation of unaccompanied children in Greece. One of the projects that the Commission supported financially to promote a joined-up, child-centered approach by legal professionals who work with children separated from their families brought to its main leaders, Madame Nuala Mole from the AIR Center, the Financial Times Most Innovative European Lawyer Award in 2017. I am very pleased to see Madame Nuala will be speaking later today. But we are aware that many shortcomings remain, and we have a number of challenges that we still need to address to make the policy on the protection of children in migration tangible and consistent. As the child protection frameworks Greece adopted in the as the child protection frameworks for migrant children are rather fragmented across the member states. Reception conditions need to be improved, as well as access to health care, education and assistance for cases of special vulnerabilities. We must pursue a more robust implementation of the principle of the best interests of the child for all decisions concerning the migrant children, and effective alternatives to detention and non-custodial community or family family-based living arrangements for children should be available while their status is being resolved and before return. The Commission stands ready to help Member States implement policies and measures that strengthen the protection of children in migration. I have just reiterated this in a letter I sent a few days ago to the Greek authorities to call for further efforts in ensuring adequate reception conditions and protection for all migrant children, including in the hotspots. Now let me say a few words about the EU actions to protect and promote the rights of the child in general. I would like to come back to the theme of this forum, where we are and where we want to go. We have made progress in many other areas when it comes to strengthening the protection and promotion of the rights of the child. Let me recall just a few actions. During my mandate as Commissioner for Justice, Consumer and Gender Equality, we have put a lot of emphasis on promoting child-friendly justice. Any child could encounter the justice system. A child may be a victim of crime, become a witness, or be the subject of child custody or care proceedings. A child may be in conflict with the law or involved in asylum or immigration proceedings. When children are in contact with the justice, we must ensure that contact is respectful of their rights and dignity, that decisions and judgments are rights-based, compassionate, and clear. We must ensure that such contact is a positive turning point for children and not a threat or the cause for more damage. The Victims' Rights Directive lays down a set of binding rights for victims of crime and obligations for Member States. The directive applies to all victims of all crimes, with a special focus on child victims. It includes the right to specialized support services that take into account the specific needs of each victim. Support services and specialization of professionals must take into account different and multiple vulnerabilities, for example, for very young children or children with disabilities. Also, the Directive on Procedural Safeguards for Children who are suspects or accused of in criminal proceedings aims to facilitate access to justice, in particular by providing for mandatory assistance by a lawyer. The directive reflects international standards by defining common minimum rules on deprivation of liberty, on alternatives to detention, and on timely and diligent treatment of cases involving children. The deadline for writing this directive into national law is 11th June of 2019, so in a few months. The Commission is helping national authorities to transpose these rules on time and in the proper way. We are supporting through judicial training legal practitioners so that they have the right tools and knowledge to accompany children in the justice journey and they may have to take. I am also pleased that the Council reached political agreement at the end of the last year on the revision of the rules to solve cross-border parental responsibility issues, the so-called Brussels IIa regulation. It provides clearer rules on the opportunity for the child to express his or her views freely in cases of parental responsibility and parental child abduction. Let me tell you also about the very good practice of children's houses, which originate from the Icelandic Bannhaus and which are expanding throughout the European Union. After the launch of the European Bannhaus movement in 2017, in which I participated, these multidisciplinary and interagency centers are now present in 23 countries in the EU and ensure that child victims and Witnesses of violence in Europe are protected by child-friendly interventions and rapid access to justice and care. And finally, fighting gender-based violence and violence against children. This has been my priority for a very long time. Each year, around 10 million euros are dedicated to support projects in this field, as well as to protect and promote the rights of the children. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just a few of the milestones we have achieved, and they are the foundations for our work ahead. We need the opportunities such as this 12th edition of the European Forum of the Rights of the Child to discuss and define our next goals and ambitions. Your input is absolutely vital to this process. So I want to thank you all for being here today, and I wish you 2 very fruitful days to discussions. Thank you very much.
Anna Maria, would you like to take the podium?
Dear friends, dear newcomers, Vera, Gabriella, it's my mother name. I'm glad there are 2 Gabriellas. And Charlotte, an old friend, and where is Valeria also? All of you, it's so great to be back. I feel an habitué to this forum, which I really appreciate because there are all our partners, which is great, but there's also a wide presence of the member states. And I think that my speech will be mainly directed to the member states. And I start, as usual, in my diplomatic way. You have to do more, better, and faster to make sure that the children's rights agenda is not a soft, is not a separate, is not a small. It is a serious part of our political agenda in Europe. And all European institutions should treat it as such. And this, my friend, has been our journey over the past 10 years in the European Parliament. We started with the Child Alliance. Some of you might remember that. Where the main role of the European Parliament was the role of mediation in child disputes, in parental disputes, in cases of child abductions. And then we grew into creating, at the beginning of this mandate in 2004, together with great colleagues who are true champions of the rights of the children, the Intergroup on Children's Rights. And I've been very proud to be part of that journey. The Intergroup on Children's Rights strength is this. It's you. It's our partners. The United Nations family, of course, we are so proud that UNICEF is serving with us, Eurochild, and all the others, including the Ombudsman, the ENOC, the network of the Ombudsman in the member states. And we took a pledge at the beginning of this mandate based on the Child Rights Manifesto to become true child rights champions for words to action. And let me tell you what I think we have delivered together. Commissioner Jourova already mentioned most of it. What is the powers of the European Parliament? We are co-legislators. We are co-responsible of the budget. We are good at screaming. We are not afraid, some of us at least, not all of us, to do naming and shaming. We are a megaphone. We can give you a platform for your campaigns, for your concerns, for your reports, for your studies. We are a discussion forum, and maybe most of all, we are the house of the people of Europe, and we are the house of the children of Europe. And more we have been trying to make sure that the doors of the European Parliament are equally or even more open for the children and the young people of Europe, because we cannot continue to talk about them, we have to talk with them and build their common future with them and not for them. I'm sure in this room there's wide consensus on this. So with the Intergroup on Children's Rights, what has been the main issue? That we decided to work cross-political groups and to try to leave ideology aside as much as possible. We are a parliament. And we have indeed succeeded together, and the word together, I will repeat it 10 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, because that's the key. It's together. We could never do anything alone in the European Parliament without you, the UN family, the Council of Europe, needless to say the Commission, we are brothers and sisters, the NGO community, and the member states. And I'm glad that our friend Gabriela from the Romanian presidency is here, and I will be delighted to join the Romanian presidency initiative to make an event on child participation. I think this is really great. Thank you for that. So we have been putting amendments and bulldozering them through because I was doing it in the EPP family, my colleagues were doing the S&D group, in the Green group, in the ALDE group, and it's absolutely unique in the history of the European Parliament where you have representatives of different political groups to put together the same amendment and co-sign it. Not only support it, but co-sign it. And in this way, we have truly revised and reformed the entire asylum package. Of course, together with the 50% of the member states and with the Commission proposing it. We have put amendments that have increased the safeguards so that the best interest of the child, and the child is first and foremost a child, is enshrined in all the reform, which unfortunately is blocked in Council, as you know, but still, some of it went through. A guardian within 5 days, access to school, healthcare, dignified accommodation. In the boats in the Mediterranean, there has to be a child expert trained in child rights issues. Children have to be taught in a child-friendly way and met in people that are not necessarily in uniform, in a language that they can understand, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that we have solved the issue of children on the move, far from that, but at least we have changed the legal framework. And I call again on the member states to put it into practice. We were among the first to react when Europol launched the appeal that there were 10,000, and then the day after we learned that 10,000 were just a very small estimate of children that go missing in Europe. And you will agree with me that Europe has to mean safety for all children. That children meet more violence, more abuse, more exploitation when they come to Europe than in the countries we're coming from is unacceptable. And we have a responsibility to make sure that that does not happen in our time, in our world. And I hope that we'll all agree with me on this. So we were the first to make events here and to, again, look at what we can do in the legislation. And I am right now responsible for the EPP for the Return Directive and this issue with the whole extremely controversial debate on the risk of absconding that I'm sure you all know more than me. We are putting in safeguards to make sure that children cannot be returned unlegally, unsafely, and with all the conditions that are necessary according to the UN Convention. I also would like to remind that as much as our work is based on the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, and actually we launched the intergroup, we celebrated the 25 years of the Convention. It's also in the Lisbon Treaty, Article 3. It is the protection and the promotion of children's rights is also in the Fundamental Charter of the European Union. It's our European and global responsibility to put children at the center of our agenda. And let me say the other part of our work that has been legislative work that we carried out in this mandate, as I am the rapporteur for the implementation report on the directive on sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, child pornography, and you mentioned on that. There also we have modernized the legislation from 2011, including new kind of crimes that go hand in hand with the rolling out of internet and with the fact that our kids live online in Europe and more globally. We have included cybermobbing, grooming, sex extortion, pornography, extortion, ham pornography. It comes in Swedish. Charlotte, how do you say ham pornography in English? revenge pornography, sorry. I'm a Swedish MEP who is not mother tongue, neither Swedish nor English. Sorry, this is not something to laugh about because we're talking about revenge pornography, sex extortion. So we have been including the issue that you mentioned in our report, the Allmänna Barnhuset, the common house. We have adopted also a new directive on the protection of victims, where we put additional focus on child protection, on the double victimization. We are focusing on children that are more vulnerable and more in fragile environment, children of minorities like Roma, children of LGBTI parents, children of intersex marriages, LGBTI children, children of parents of African descent who unfortunately are more vulnerable, although they shouldn't in our society, in our times. We have asked member states to extend the prescription time because sometimes children don't feel like breaking the silence, and after many, many years after the crime has been committed. And I would like to mention the Istanbul Convention here today because it's about girls as well. It's about female genital mutilation, forced and early marriage, rape, and children that witness domestic violence who are themselves victims of domestic violence. And you know that witnessing domestic violence affects children as well and traumatizes children as well. And the Istanbul Convention is important because it criminalizes gender-based violence and men's violence against women. And I'm happy to say this in front of the Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe who owns the convention. We are working hand in hand. We met the last Strasbourg to see what we can do, and we have to do it together to address the gender ideology that some parties, some political families have introduced. It's a scandal in our time, in our world. The Istanbul Convention, according to the Council of Europe experts and Commissioner for Human Rights, is about women. It's violence against women because they are women. There is no other agenda. There is nothing behind it. It's about women beaten up, raped. It's about girls giving up on marriage when they are 12, they're pregnant when they are 13, not being able to go to school anymore. There are right now member states who are adopting legislations who are going backwards instead of forward. There are some countries where they are considering to revise the laws that had been adopted already, to roll back the clock. And I think that really we have to join forces to put facts on the table. Not only we are not advancing in the gender agenda in Europe, we are going backwards. I hope the European Parliament will continue to be one of the strongest voices in the world and in Europe for gender equality and the Istanbul Convention. Without the ratification of all the member states, we cannot have the EU accession. Without the EU accession, we are missing important tools, legal tools, and the toolbox is already limited enough. Let me say that we have also done, as Intergroup on Children's Rights, campaigns together with you, T-shirts of all kinds. We're trying to support you in whatever issues you wanted to have a platform in plenary with oral questions, resolutions. 2 weeks ago in plenary, I made an oral amendment. There was a resolution on the Roma, and we added an amendment on Roma children. We are doing it throughout the spectrum. And I think that we have helped to raise awareness, to do advocacy, and hopefully to support your amazing work. We are here to support those who are meeting children and working with children every day in Europe and in the world. And now just a word on my new role as coordinator for children's rights of the European Parliament. We have institutionalized without bureaucratizing, so giving a permanent platform now in the European Parliament for children's rights. So now you have a central focal point for the EU institutions, the European institution, the UN family, of course, all the NGO community, and the member states and the national centers. So my mandate is to tell you and the world that the European Parliament is committed and is a dynamic actor in the promotion and protection of children's rights in Europe and in the world, and that we want to reach out to you to strengthen our partnership, to remind that we stand for multilateralism in a world where not everybody stands for multilateralism, that we stand for fundamental rights and human rights in Europe and in the world, where not everybody does. We want to compensate and continue to do the global gag rule and support reproductive rights and health for girls and women all over the world, when not everyone else wants to do it. And when I have been traveling now the world, in the UN, in New York, in Washington with the caucuses of the Congress, they have a child caucus, strengthening partnership with them, with the World Bank, who now has invited the European Parliament to be part of the global coordination. The Council of Europe, we're talking about strengthening our partnership. And of course, we have, needless to say, great cooperation with the Commission. We would like the External Action Service to appoint a coordinator like the Commission has and the Parliament has, to be able to work even closer on all the issues where the European Union has a responsibility and is a partner to the rest of the world. And let me tell you what my recommendations will be. I am determined to have the Bureau of the European Parliament before the end of the mandate to approve the recommendations. And I have already obtained by the Conference of Committee Chairs, where I went to brief last Strasbourg, that we will create a platform in the European Parliament where both at MEP level and administrative level, there's going to be dedicated MEPs in every committee and dedicated secretariat in every committee to do like flash mobs and early alert and monitor and report on anything, legislative and non-legislative policies, resolutions that have to do with the promotion and protections of the rights of the child. I would like to see that the e-privacy regulation, which is on our table now in trilogue, blocked, would leave the possibility for photo DNA, which is a key instrument to be able to detect illegal child sexual abuse material. Child sexual abuse material, it's all illegal. I would like to see the Commission to propose in the next mandate that what we have now on the table on remove of illegal content that has to do with radicalization and recruitment of terrorists, which I hope we will be able to finish by the end of the mandate. Count on me on that. We will do the same for sexual abuse material, to be removed within an hour. I would like to see in the revision of the GDPR that this fragmentation that we have now on the age of consent would be harmonized and not left to the member states, because protection of children online is going to be one of the biggest challenges of our future times. And as 5G and 4G are being rolled out in the world, you will see more children and more children in parallel becoming victims of illegality online. I would like to see us revising the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, where together with the Council of Europe and the Commission, we managed to introduce that gratuitous violence is not going to be allowed in advertising in the audiovisual video service on demand. We're talking about Netflix and not television. We would like to see more of that. We would like to see advertising during football match in audiovisual video service on demand of energy drinks to be banned, because children are looking at football matches and energy drinks are not healthy for children. And I have many other issues that we would like to see. These are just some of the key legislation. Let me just in a second mention, if I may, the other important leg, which is the child abduction and alternative dispute resolution. You have already mentioned, Commissioner, the very important Brussels II regulation, which I also hope the member states, that's a call on you, are going to adopt. And the last point I would like to do in conclusion, please, Commissioner, next mandate, I am sure you will be there. We need to have a child rights agenda proposed by the Commission on day one to roll out throughout the mandate all this legislation, all these revisions of legislation, and many more. And not the least, I really would like to see a very, very strong commitment on safety of children online, taking to task the social media community, the internet community, and the gaming community. That's going to be a big issue in the future. Thank you so much. Look forward to continue to work with you all. Thank you for what you're doing.
Gabriella, can I invite you to the podium, please? Oh, yes. Gabriella Battani Dragoni. We have many Gabriellas here today. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure to be to this forum with you this morning. As you have heard from our speakers, we have come a long way over the past 3 decades. 30 years after the adoption of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, those rights are better understood and better protected, at least in Europe. Both the European Union and the Council of Europe have contributed to this positive trend. We have adopted legal standards. We have established platforms for intergovernmental cooperation, including the European Union Expert Group on Children, the Council of Europe Committee on the Rights of the Child, and indeed this forum here in Brussels. And we have adopted coordinating structures that help to mainstream children's rights in our policy-making processes. This shared commitment, this common approach, has resulted in joint action too. Take, for example, our guidelines for child-friendly justice adopted 9 years ago. These make clear that due process must be followed, due process that is accessible, understandable, and age-appropriate, so that every child interacting with the justice system has their rights, their privacy, their dignity upheld. These guidelines prompted further work by the European Commission, as we heard in the presentation of the Commissioner Jourova a few minutes ago, as well as enable to fund related programs and projects across European member states. But they were also a spur for important research by the Fundamental Rights Agency, and they are just one example of joint work. Together, we can multiply the effects of our instruments across our common member states, and I would say, long may that continue. But of course, the Council of Europe's mandate extends beyond, far beyond, the European Union's borders too. We have 47 countries in total, each of which has signed up to our commonly agreed legal standards. I underline the word legal because legal means sustainability and resilience. So I will come back to that. Among these 47 member countries, as you can imagine, there are stark differences in the way the rights of the child have been traditionally understood or acknowledged. Nonetheless, our common concern for our young and often our most vulnerable people has allowed us to reach agreement and put in place powerful safeguards in areas of key concern. For the Council of Europe today, These fall within the scope of our strategy on the rights of the child, which was adopted in 2016 and goes on for 5 years. This strategy is a coherent and holistic strategy built around 5 priority areas: equal opportunities, child participation, a life free from violence, child-friendly justice, and the rights of the child in the digital environment. It is in these areas that we focus our activities and in which we embrace cooperation with others too. There is not time today to go, as you can imagine, into each of these areas in depth, but let me give you 3 important examples. In the field of action against violence, action to protect against abuse in the digital age, and action to support migrant and refugee children. The Council of Europe has an integrated approach to the elimination of violence and a long-standing commitment to tackle violence against children in all its forms. For example, in the use of corporal punishment. Over the years, we have also taken measures against the specific forms of violence that still, I would say tragically, blight so many young lives, often among poorer, disadvantaged, and minority groups. These measures include our Convention on Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, also known as the Istanbul Convention. And as Mrs. Corazza Bildt mentioned before, this convention protects girls under the age of 18 from early and forced marriage and female genital mutilation, itself a form of torture under Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. In addition, our Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings is also of central importance for protecting children, and so too is our work through the implementation of another very important convention. I'm sure that you all know it, the Convention on the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse. This last convention seeks to address the 21st century outrage that a fifth of children in Europe today are victimized in this manner. The Convention has also been central to the development of standards and tools for combating such abuse in the digital sphere. In this area, the digital one, we have been active on a number of fronts. Our Committee of Ministers adopted last year a recommendation on guidelines to respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of the child in the digital environment. This is designed to equip our member states with the knowledge and practical solutions that will help keep young people safe online. These include prevention strategies, guide to due diligence, and impact assessments and remedies. It also points the way to a combined effort, public and private involvement, legal and voluntary measures, national action and international cooperation. But, there is a but, it is not realistic to expect others to provide all of the protection. We must also equip children to protect themselves. They must acquire the skills, knowledge, and critical understanding to confront the challenges posed by the online environment so that they can also make best use of its opportunities. And for this, our internet literacy and our digital citizenship education handbooks are important. They are designed to help parents, educators, and others to provide young people with the skills and competencies they need as they navigate the digital world. Alongside our Cybercrime Convention, which helps our member states to prevent, protect, and prosecute crime online, we have established a body of law and practical measures that helps reduce the risk for children. But I also want to make particular mention today of the measures that we have taken to protect a very specific group. It's our action plan to protect refugee and migrant children, since it is central to our efforts on children nowadays. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since 2015, around 400,000 such young people have arrived in our member states, often in dire need, sometimes separated from their parents and carers. The law is very clear. The European Convention on Human Rights protects every individual who sets foot on our member states' soil. It is our duty, therefore, to ensure that those rights are applied to all children, indeed to all people who arrive here, and I'm proud that it is a priority of my organization to see this happen. Our action plan puts child-friendly procedures in place, provides effective protection such as guardianship and family reunification, and enhances the integration of those children who will remain in Europe through education, for example, and by providing them with real opportunities to participate in society. So this is not just about rescuing children from disaster, but about giving them a route to a better future, as is their right. And isn't that what this is really all about? The proactive measures that change lives. Not just imposing this from top down, but ensuring that children take part where possible in the design of our guidelines and standards, so that these are not alienating, but sympathetic to their needs. This is what we mean when we talk about child participation. Its essence was captured in 2006 programs, Building a Europe for and with Children. And because of this ethos, young people have fed directly into the key strands of our strategy on the rights of the child. But does all of this add up to the right approach? Are we doing enough? Going fast enough? Collaborating to the greatest possible extent? Unfortunately, Europe is not a children's rights safe haven. Violations continue, remedies remain hard to reach, and accountability, such an important word, accountability, is often missing. Put simply, the gap is too big between our ambitions and the reality of daily life for millions of children across our continent. How do we know this? Independent research and the work of our relevant monitoring bodies show that all too often standards fall short of those set out in our legal frameworks. For example, our progress on tackling violence against children is still too slow and fragmented. The risks remain horrifyingly real, especially for girls, in every setting, online, in schools, in justice institutions, during sports and leisure activities, and in all forms of care, and even in the home, everywhere. Some groups remain particularly exposed. those with disabilities, and those without parental care, children from minorities and migrant children too, and those deprived of their liberty or who live or work on our streets, children on the streets. Hate is, of course, often a precursor to violence, and our own European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance has noted an increase in scapegoating, hate speech, and racist violence, with the children targeted on the basis of their ethnicity, religion, or perceived sexual orientation, for example. Meanwhile, Eurostat has found that children experience the highest rate of poverty and social exclusion. Let's not forget this. The economic crisis, austerity measures, and the resulting pressure on social services and child protection systems, all of these impact negatively on children's rights and children's futures. It is also a fact that state services, including access to justice, often remain remote, faceless, and impenetrable for young people. For young children in detention, I heard before that there was a mention of children in detention. Well, for young children in detention, the rights to education and health care, and to be heard, informed, and protected, including from discrimination, may exist in theory. Yes, they do exist, but not in practice. It is common to hear that the rights of the child are a priority for those in power. But this is not always reflected in the policies, processes, and crucially, budgets of local, national, or international authorities. It is important to keep in mind just how far we have come in 30 years. Yes, let's keep it in mind, this progress. But our awareness now is raised. And it is also heartbreaking to confront how far short we fall of the standards to which our children are entitled. So how do we move forward? We need more leadership at the national level to ensure that the rights of the child are mainstreamed in national policies and not just an afterthought. But does that mean that we need more leadership also at the international level? And if yes, what does that look like? The Council of Europe must continue to support our member states' efforts to make children's rights a national cause. But should we concentrate on ensuring that current standards are met, or does this set the bar too low? Should we in fact be setting new standards that respond to the realities of the modern world? It's another question. And have we got the balance of accountability correct, both for the state and for families? Do we need change there too in order to better protect the rights of every child? Well, to conclude, I do hope, and this is why I wanted to participate in this meeting today, and I'm very grateful for the invitation which was extended to us, Council of Europe. I do hope, ladies and gentlemen, and young adults and children being present here, that this conference will provide answers to those questions, because on one thing I'm clear: the organizations that we represent share a commitment to the human rights of children across our continent and beyond. We must continue to work in concert to amplify our impact, and I have no doubt that this is something we can continue to do. Events like this and the high-level conference on the same subject that the Council of Europe's French chairmanship will organize in Paris this November are opportunities to tell us what more must be done. So, indeed, let's work together and ensure that for the next generation of children, there is another step change in their favor. Thank you.
Charlotte, can I invite you to the platform?
Yes, you can.
Welcome.
Okay. So, good morning again. Commissioner Jourova, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. Why don't I put on the mic? Commissioner Jourova, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to join you all today. I'm one of the first comers to this forum, but not to the rights of the child. It's a pleasure to be here. And we all know that it's a special year when we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. And maybe it's worth reminding us and the world outside that it's the most widely ratified human rights treaty in existence. I'm not sure that everybody wakes up every morning thinking about this, even if we do. And we must do more than celebrate the milestone. We must also look to the work ahead. What will the next 30 years look like in terms of progress for children? So why don't you close your eyes for a moment, but don't go to sleep. Imagine that we're in 2049, and we are preparing to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the CRC. Perhaps we, or more likely our children, could be in a similar gathering of professionals dedicated to the rights of children, measuring progress, looking to the work still to be done, and looking back on the foundation that we set, those of us in charge today. So ask yourselves, how do you see this future? Are children more empowered? Are they healthy and do they go to school? Have we left them a safe planet with less pollution and violence and less conflict? Have we translated children's rights into results and opportunities in small communities as well as in big cities, in poor as well as in rich countries, for every family and every child? A daunting task. But if we look to the progress we made, we've heard many examples, and I will perhaps repeat some. But maybe it is important to look at what we have achieved to get some energy for this daunting task. Progress can be made. Governments can invest in their children's future. We can translate children's rights into practical results. And look at how the EU has made this shift. Human rights have been embedded in the EU from the start. Child rights are specifically mentioned in the Lisbon Treaty and in Article 24 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. And all EU member states have ratified the CRC. But progress on children's rights are best measured not in pieces of papers, not in declarations and in good intentions, but in achievements. Achievements like addressing child poverty and social exclusion in the EU. In country after country, we've seen concerted efforts to invest in children to break the cycle of disadvantage. We've seen special attention being paid to children with disabilities, children in alternative care, children with a migration background, and Roma children. The statistics statistics paint a good picture. In a large majority of the EU member states, the proportion of children at risk of poverty or social exclusion decreased dramatically between 2010 and 2016. In Latvia, for example, this percentage was reduced by nearly 18 percentage points. Justice systems, as we heard, have become more child-friendly. From the Croatian Ombudsman for child rights to the inclusion of the best interests of the child in the Austrian law, to the training of guardians of unaccompanied minors in Slovenia. Thousands of children, especially the youngest one, have left institutions for family or community alternatives. The EU's budgets can no longer be used for institutionalizing children. Bulgaria doesn't have children under the age of 3 in residential care anymore. The EU has also made significant efforts to address violence against children through legislation and sexual abuse, exploitation, and human trafficking. This includes safer internet for children and safeguards for their digital identities. And 23 EU member states have totally prohibited the use of corporal punishment. And in my country, Sweden, we celebrate the 40th year of this law, actually. Put in place 79. Preventing and combating trafficking in human beings and protecting victims has also been an important effort. This includes legislation and cooperative work to combat child labor, child trafficking, and sexual exploitation. And the EU has mainstreamed child rights across all of its policies. The guidelines on the rights of the child and its toolkits are good examples. Developed by the EU, UNICEF, and NGOs, these tools are helping the EU put child rights at the center of its work, both at home and, very importantly too, in its external relations. However, as we've heard, we cannot be complacent. Today, 1 in every 4 children in the EU remains at risk of poverty or social exclusion. And these represents almost 25 million children under the age of 18. We know the human face of poverty all too well. It's the disappointed face of a child denied an education because her parents cannot afford to send her. It's the worried eyes of a mother who cannot find decent childcare for her children so that she can go to work and earn money to invest in her children. It's the children living with preventable diseases because they are never vaccinated. It's the families going hungry and cold because they lack adequate food and housing. It's the Roma and non-European children who are vulnerable to violence and exploitation in the streets, online, and their neighborhoods. And it's the faces of migrant children. 1 in every 3 persons seeking asylum in Europe is a child. 1 in 3. And, as we heard, according to Europol, at least 10,000 unaccompanied child refugees have gone missing after arriving on this continent. In my script, it says it's a tragedy. Maybe there are other strong words that can describe that situation too. Whatever their reasons to migrate, wherever they come from or how they move, children are children first. They are entitled to all rights in the CRC, without discrimination or exception. Governments have an obligation to protect and care for all children in their territory, no matter who they are or where they come from. The EU's progressive policy to protection migrant children must now be matched by a commitment to regular migration channels, to regular status. Without these pathways, many children will be forced to use dangerous routes. We must keep families together. We must end the detention of child immigrants and promote alternatives to detention. When return is in the best interest of the child, it should be sustainable and compliant with child rights. Finally, we must dramatically accelerate our work to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. At our current pace, countries around the world will miss a range of key targets, from neonatal mortality to education to preventable under 5 deaths out of school children to immunization rates, which is under threat in many countries, rich and poor alike, to mental health. Children's rights are timeless. They have no expiry date. So how do we accelerate progress? Let me give you 2 ideas. We could give many more, but let's talk about 2 ideas here from UNICEF's perspective. First, we must listen to children and young people themselves. They know better than anyone else what they need. Every country must ask itself how it can get its youngest citizens involved in decision-making and in the policies and programs that directly affect their lives. If governments doesn't offer this window for dialogue, young people won't be shy about demanding it. And do we see that? I'm just saying Greta Thunberg. As an example, look at the hundreds of thousands of adolescents and young people protesting for their rights to a clean and healthy planet. And a recent online survey called the Europe Kids Want, led by UNICEF and Eurochild, received over 20,000 responses. And we will hear young people presenting this report later today, so I won't go into the results. But it's obvious to us that young people are ready to share their views. But are we really ready to listen? We can be inspired by the Bucharest Declaration developed under the Romanian EU presidency, which calls for a systematic mechanism for children and young people to participate in EU decision-making. We hope that other EU member states will support and endorse it in June. And honestly, I've been talking and hearing so much on child participation and been in so many meetings when we have invited a handful. Let's get real. Second, we urge the EU to strengthen monitoring and tracking of EU investments and results achieved both inside and outside the EU. The EU policies and guidelines on child rights provides a good start. An important next step would be to request the European Commission to measure the impact of EU investment on children, for example, by introducing a child marker or a marker on children, and to produce an annual report to highlight results. The EU could also introduce indicators to measure the realization of child rights, specifically on protection from poverty and violence, and on participation and access to basic services. These are 2 ideas, and I look forward to hearing your own. Throughout this work, please know that UNICEF stands ready with you, ready to help, ready to support, ready to push when needed, push countries to live up to their commitments to children. The work we do today will set the foundation for the next 30 years, and I would love if we could look back and say that 2019 was a year when we not only recognized the urgency of implementing child rights, but when member states really did something about it. So thank you for your ideas, your support, and above all, your commitment to child rights. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlotte. So Our final speaker, Gabriella Coleman, the President of the National Authority for the Protection of Children's Rights and Adoption in Romania.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Dear distinguished member of the panel, dear participant and colleague, and especially dear young participant and dear young friends. For me, it's not an advantage to be the last speaker, but I think it's an advantage for you because I'm obliged to shorten my intervention. And on one hand, this is due to the time. On the other hand, it's due to the fact that my predecessors have spoke a lot and put the point of a lot of things that I wanted to mention in my speak. Very telegraphic regarding some achievements that Romanian had arrived to done during the last years, because here it has been mentioned violence against children as an objective and as a priority within the Council of Europe strategy. And also here it has been spoken about vulnerable children. I want to announce you, without detailing, because being expert, you understand what this should mean, that Romania passed a law which forbids institutionalization of children less 7 years old, starting with this January. More than that, starting with 1st of January 2021, no institution will exist in Romania, so no alternative care in terms of residential will be considered. Only familial type care will be used for children deprived by the parental care, and for this we want also to tell you that we signed a contract in which European structural funds will use for the next 5 years in order to develop the network of foster families qualified through these programs, increasing the number with 4,000 new foster families, and providing training for these foster families for all the 15,000 existing now. This was very telegraphic regarding vulnerable children, and I will go further to the main subject that I wanted to present you. What is Romania preparing in order to strengthening the participation of children in decision and policy-making processes? Once again, I will not repeat what Commissioner mentioned here regarding why must we strengthen the participation of children in decision, how is this seen at the EU level, at the politician EU level. I will not repeat what Mrs. Anna Maria Corazza-Bildt mentioned, and so I will only mention what Romania is doing without mentioning why, because they already told you why. So, child participation and consulting them in issues that concern them and their rights are key elements of the process of setting up children-dedicated policies, as the other speakers told. As part of the Romanian presidency, during these 6 months in 2019, in the first 6 months in 2019, the National Authority for Children, together with the Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with UNICEF Romania, together with the civil society organization, together with the Ministry Delegate for EU Affairs, and together with children representatives, decided to consider a priority of the Romanian presidency, the child participation. Very concretely, during this presidency, a Bucharest EU Children's Declaration, as other speakers mentioned, will be developed to be presented to EU leaders. Children's Declaration will be a call to action for the EU and its member state to establish formal mechanisms that promote children's participation in decision-making processes, as per the EU recommendation investing in children, as for the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, and in line with the UN Convention. Here it has been said that probably, and definitely I agree with this idea, we did not done too much, too fast, and what is necessary for really having an involvement of children in making the decision. I saw, for example, my young colleague Tudor from Romania during the last couple of weeks in several appearances, in interviews, at several broadcasting in Romania. Very pertinent idea, representing the voices of his colleagues, very strong commitment in sustaining the idea, but it was an intervention after a decision has been taken for them, for the Romanian children. I hope, and I would like very much, that in the very near future to see Tudor appearances as the television mentioning how they participate to a policy elaboration, how do they participate, and what did they bring within a decision, within a law, within a decision near the other adult decision makers. So once again, they need to be involved from the beginning in the decision that concern them. So some key milestones regarding the event that we are preparing for May. In January this year, once again, as mentioned here, Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with us, with UNICEF Romania, selected and appointed 4 adolescent ambassadors. They are here. Commissioner Jourova presented them. They are Alexandra, Ariana, Tudor, and Raresh. Where is Raresh? I saw him. They are brilliant children, as other million brilliant children from all over the world. You will meet them, and definitely we will speak with them. They will represent Romania and EU adolescents at major events of the Romanian presidency. They participated already at the opening ceremony in 10 of January in Bucharest to the EU leaders, and they will participate till the handover event to the next president, which will be Finland. In the same time, the first step in child-led track was a forming of children's board, which include these 4 young ambassadors, attending also today's forum, and a new children's network mobilized through Eurochild and UNICEF. This Romanian children's board, based on past and planned consultation, the ongoing Europe We Want survey, as it has been mentioned here, and other dedicated activities, will continue to consult with a wide network of peers and input to the Bucharest EU Children's Declaration. This is done through consultation as well as the use of online social media platforms such as EU Report Romania. The board has already met twice in February and March. On the 26th of February this year, a technical expert level meeting was hosted at the Romanian permanent representation in Brussels, where representatives of EU institutions as Commission and Parliament, Member State experts, child rights organizations, Romanian ambassadors to the EU, National Authority for Children and UNICEF Romania debated to identify concrete mechanisms to strengthen child engagement at the level of EU institutions. The meeting was attended by around 40 participants, and the agenda included 2 parts. One was dedicated to setting the context with introductory words made by representatives from the Romanian government, from the EU Parliament, from the Commission and Council of Europe, and the Romanian young ambassadors. And the second part comprises discussion and group of exercises to identify good practices and to formulate concrete recommendations to the EU Council for establishing formal structures, mechanism, and process for child participation at Member State and EU levels. The report after this meeting was already sent to the experts attending the meeting in Brussels for their feedback and analysis, and this will be further developed into an experts supporting document, capturing in the experts' recommendation on concrete mechanism for strengthening child participation and steps forward for their operationalization. The supporting document will become an annex to the Bucharest EU Children's Declaration on Child Participation. Led by the Romanian Children's Boards and the EU Children's Network and supported by UNICEF Romania and Eurochild, Europe-wide consultations with children will continue on focusing and galvanizing wide support among children and seek feedback and inputs to the text of the Bucharest Children's Declaration. We hope and expect very much that this forum should be an important milestone in this process. Between 6 and 7 of May this year, it will be organized in Bucharest a new high-level meeting on child participation and EU Children's Summit in Bucharest. The high-level meeting will be hosted by the Ministry of Labour and Social Justice through the National Authority for Child Protection, and will connect the child-led track on one hand, as well as the expert and official track on the other hand, bringing together EU and member state leaders along with children, adolescents and youth to build ownership of key parties for the Bucharest EU Children's Declaration as a critical part of the agenda for the future of the EU. An official invitation and draft agenda were already sent to the ministries responsible for children's rights in all EU member states. Probably part of you have already received the invitation, EU institutions and international experts. We expect that Bucharest EU Declaration will become a key milestone for all future efforts, focusing on strengthening the children's rights to participate to the decision-making process, both at national but also at international level. And I appreciate here very much what Commissioner Jourova mentioned, the fact that she will launch a study in order to analyze real possibilities to strengthen the participation of children in decision and policy-making process. So we hope and consider that EU Bucharest Declaration will be a basis to be used in the study. And I also appreciated the fact that Anna Maria Corazza mentioned a creation of a central focal point at the level of the Parliament, and especially her special request, I agreed much with it, the necessity for the next Commission to put on the high level of the agenda the child rights on the future Commission. Thank you for listening, and I hope that all your input of this 2 days forum will support us, will support Romanian children, but also children from your countries, to real have, also after the Romanian EU summit, to real have the possibilities to be, and for us to create the possibilities to strengthen the participation of them in all decision and policy making processes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriela. Okay, that was amazing. The last intervention there brought us almost exactly back on time, so I can take absolutely no credit for that whatsoever. Gabriela takes the prize on that one. I'm not going to try and recap everything that was said there, but before we go to the break, some highlights. I mean, one of the things that struck me was that child rights has been enshrined in the EU from the very outset. And this notion that we've come a long way, and taking Anna Maria's words, but we need more, better, and faster. So the fact that we've made some progress on poverty, on the justice system for children, on issues related to violence, it's great that we've made that progress, but we need to go much further. We need to go further in terms of building the trust of children in the political systems. We need to do more in reducing their skepticism and having approaches that are holistic and joined up rather than siloed. We need to use the power of our political institutions, the invitations that were made from a number of the speakers to do that. The challenges that are there related to the digital environment, related to really raising awareness of the importance of this issue, changing legislation, resourcing our ambitions, and this notion of working with and not for children, and acknowledging that all children have rights, so all children within the EU, regardless of where they come from, their ethnic backgrounds or their social status, everybody has those rights. So the challenge for us is moving theory into practice, and there were a number of very specific recommendations that Anna Maria gave us. Also, the points that Charlotte made, very specific around we must listen, are we ready to listen? Tracking investment so that we don't just make promises, we actually monitor whether we're achieving them and just make adjustments in real time rather than waiting and only apologizing for failure when it's too late. And thank you for all of those that have referred to the Europe We Want survey. That's a cornerstone and a key input to this conference, and we'll be going to hear from children immediately after the coffee break. And so I'd like to thank all of our panelists, and also just to say that Vera Jourova had to leave early. She asked to make apologies on her behalf and to say what a pleasure it was to be there with you today. So, indeed, if you can join me in thanking everybody that's spoken this morning, and then we'll go to a coffee break and be coming back at 11:30. Just before you get up, Anna Marie.
Thank you. I just would like to invite you all, dear friends, tomorrow afternoon in the European Parliament from 4:30 to 6:30 is going to be the launch of the Sexual Abuse Index that Childhood has promoted and the intelligence unit of The Economist has done. It's the first global survey. And we will be blessed by the presence and honored by the presence of Marta Santos, who is the special representative of the Secretary General for Children for Violence Against Children. Welcome. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats, please, so we can move on? Hello, could I ask you to take your seats, please? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats for the next session, please? Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start a very exciting session. Could I ask you please to take your seats? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Could I have your attention, please? Good morning.
Tried already to put the volume a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Oh,
I don't know,
I think it is. It's hard.
or it's
Yeah,
maybe this one. Yes. So it's
This one.
you speak louder.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I please ask you to take your seats? Hello?
Everybody has been pushed in, so
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
is this working? Maybe this is better. Yeah. It's just a lot of people are speaking, but now everybody's back in the room. So should I
Okay.
ask for them?
Yeah, or else I'll stand up.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you can take your seats, we are about to start again.
I hope everybody enjoyed their coffee, and we're now moving on to the next session. I was just remarking to the young people here beside me how difficult it is to control adults. Can you hear me? Can people hear me now? Good. I was just remarking to the young people who are going to present our next session how difficult it is to control adults and get them all to sit down and listen to the session. So we're entering a very interesting part of our program. And I now have the pleasure to introduce you to three among the youngest forum participants here today. We have Lucia, Shundell, and Lika, and they're going to present the results from the Europe Kids Want survey. Lucia is 13, sitting beside me here, and comes from Croatia. Lika and Shundell are both 17 years old and come from the Netherlands. They're involved in, respectively, with the youth panels of the two child rights organisations who are behind this survey, Eurochild and UNICEF. So I think a big round of applause for our young participants here today. And just by way of introduction, just to explain what this is all about, during 2018, while European leaders launched a debate around the future of Europe, UNICEF and Eurochild launched an online survey inviting children and young people to share their views on the Europe that they want. Europe Kids Want gathered children's and young people's experiences of family life, school, society, and their thoughts on Europe. So far, the survey has collected nearly 20,000 responses, and the results are meant to support decision makers in understanding children's views on key issues that affect them. There is no better way to kick off the discussions than giving the floor to the children of Europe. And before I ask Lucia to kick off with her presentation, we're going to show a short video to put this in context. Thank you.
Yes, I do think my opinion is being heard. I don't know if my opinion is always being used.
No, not really. Just by my parents.
From most of them, yes, but not in a national level.
We are often listened to, but never truly heard.
No, not real.
Sometimes when I come across in the news, like, for example, a change in a school system, I think about, wait, did I get a say in this? I don't think so.
Thank you very much now, and I'm going to hand over to Lucia, please. Lucia.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucia Brajkovic. I'm a member of Children's City Council Opatija, Croatia. I became a member of Children's City Council because I wanted to learn about my rights and to help all children of the world, especially children in my local community. I want for every child to have the opportunity to be heard. If I had a magic wand, I would use it to stop all the poverty in the world and social exclusions. Last year, I was given the honor to participate on the celebration of the 17th anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights, the day of the adoption of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, and World Children's Day. We came to Brussels to discuss some of the main topics and findings from the Europe Kids Want online survey, launched across Europe by UNICEF and Eurochild in June 2018. So far, nearly 20,000 children and young people have participated, most of them between 10 to 17 years of age. 700 children and young people from all over Europe took over the European Parliament in Brussels and became part of this gorgeous meeting, celebration and meeting. We also participated in the work of the European Youth Parliament. We were divided into 3 groups. I was a part of the panel discussion on the topic Europe Kids Want between children and adults. The adults who participated were the President of the Republic of Malta, the Deputy, the Executive Director of the UNICEF, who is here today, and other members of the European Parliament. My friend Matea went to the Embassy of the Republic of Romania, where she presented our Children's City Council work and presented why the city of Opatija is a child-friendly city. My friend Rafael's group was making a movie on the topic Europe Kids Want, where he and other children talked about problems that were children and young people. It was a great experience for all of us to see the European Parliament, to be part of a meeting where we got to see Mr. Antonio Tajani and Ms. Federica Mogherini. It was such an inspiration for all of us there, to be heard, listened, and respected among all those very important adults. In our groups, we were given assignments. One of them was to write down how would our advocacy campaign look like, what we need as children, and then drive it on our air balloons. Each group presented their plan and their key messages. The key messages were, let's unite and help each other, end poverty in Europe and in the world. Let's solve the migrant problems and give people their rights, and we want a world without violence, poverty, and discrimination, no matter what color their skin is or where they are born, live, and how much money they have. These were some of our messages, and here is my message for you. Big world, take care of us children, because children take care of you, big world.
Bravo, Lucia. Well done. So now we move on to Shundell, who's going to present up here. Shundell is a member of UNICEF Netherlands Youth Panel.
Thank you, Lucia, and good morning, everyone. My name is Shondell, and I'm 17 years old. It's really a pleasure to be here today speaking at such an important stage for children and young people in Europe, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Let me start by giving you a bit of background about my life. I was born in the Netherlands, and like many girls my age, I have dreams. I finished high school and will start studying pedagogy very soon. There's something about teaching that really appeals to me, passing on knowledge and interacting with others who are curious to listen and learn. There is so much power in education. But as Aristotle said over 2,000 years ago, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. So here I am in front of all of you, hoping to inspire change. I'm part of the UNICEF Youth Panel in the Netherlands for over a year now. There are many reasons why I decided to join, but the main one is a restless feeling that my generation is being underestimated. Our potential is not being recognized by decision makers when important debates are held which directly concern our lives. Let's not forget, we will be the leaders of tomorrow. So I think it's important to let our voices be heard and for governments and institutions to allow us to be involved in the decisions that will form Europe. Being here today, speaking in a forum that highlights the importance of child rights is a dream coming true. I love working with and for children, as I'm sure many of you do too. So ladies and gentlemen, let me move now to more specific issues that I would like you to please pay attention to. As Lucia just explained, UNICEF and Eurochild launched the Europe Kids Want online poll last year, with many important questions to children and young people across Europe. Among all the topics, 3 stand out for me and are very close to my heart. The first one is migration. The online survey showed that 2 out of 3 children responding feel very positive towards people from other countries coming into their communities. Isn't this curious? With all the negative narrative around migrants and refugees crossing our borders, tolerance and empathy in us seems to overcome fear. Where some adults are struggling to welcome these groups, children are shown to be more curious and hospitable. The survey also asked if you had to move to a new place where you didn't know anybody, what are the most important things that would help to make you feel welcome? 63.1% of those who replied said that making new friends was very important to them. Finding ways to integrate the new kids on the block with the locals should be a priority for decision makers dealing with migration. For example, put them in the same school, regardless of the language barrier. Kids will always be kids and will find a way to communicate. Empathy is universal. The next topic is one I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about lately, climate change. our planet needs us all to act now. We are already late and we can no longer wait. I would like to play a video now to show you how serious we are about it.
They didn't go with the deal. So there were two girls from the sites on the sea in Belgium who decide to go every Thursday with a bunch of people, students, everyone who wants to come to protest again before the climate, because it's a real problem. And we think that if we skip every Thursday, so we don't go to school, that the big people in our country and in the world will say that it's a problem and that they will do something about it.
We won't stop marching until this is seen as a real problem, because this is a real urgent problem. The survey showed that 45.6% of the children who responded firmly believe climate change is a very important subject that the EU needs to look at. It's one of the three main concerns we have expressed online. My next, final topic wasn't even part of the survey, but is one that really touches me personally: mental well-being and young people. One recent study available done by the University Windesheim with students in the Netherlands shows that 1 out of 5 students have had suicidal thoughts, tried to take their life, or had a plan to do this. 453 from the 3,134 students who were heard said they had quite serious anxiety or depression issues, and 1 out of 4 was dealing with a burnout or an upcoming burnout. Can this get more serious? Isn't this as important as Brexit or trade agreements? Yes, it is. It's as serious as it sounds. And I'm sure this is not only a problem in the Netherlands, but worldwide. We are losing lives of young people because we think they are exaggerating, or the waiting list for them to get help are way too long. Finally, as Lucia already answered, I was asked to think about what I would change in Europe tomorrow if I had a magic wand. The question really had me thinking. So many things need to improve, but I would love to see every child happy, and not only with a smile on their face, but truly happy. To see that every child could get an education, loving family members, and a safe environment they could grow up in, because we are the future and we already matter today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chandel. Well done. And now we have Lika, our last speaker. Lika, you're speaking up here, yeah?
Thank you, Shani, for your very courageous words. Hello, everyone. My name is Lieke, and I'm also a 17-year-old girl from the Netherlands. And I'm very happy to be here today, in this room, with so many people dedicated to improve children's rights in Europe and the world. You are the ones who work on child's rights. You are the people who can help influence and shape policy in Europe, and that's why I'm so grateful for the opportunity that was given to me to stand in front of you today. Besides being in my final year of high school, I've also been a youth advocate for UNICEF's youth panel for over a year now. I think it's very important for young people to be heard, especially in matters that affect us, and that's why I decided to become a child's rights advocate. Let me start with Shani's last point. If I had a magic wand and could change something in Europe today, I would ask instead if I could change something today, because tomorrow might be too late. In 2015 alone, approximately 1,133 kids between the age of 15 and 19 committed suicide in the European Union. 1,133 a year means about 3 a day. Isn't this an emergency? What other problem is killing so many children in Europe? Why aren't we talking about this more seriously? When I was preparing this speech, I was expecting to find some more recent and warning statistics on Eurostats of the ever-growing suicide rates in the European Union. I didn't find that. The latest data I could find was from 2015, which is 4 years ago. In the Netherlands alone, suicide rates amongst young people have doubled from 2016 to 2017. Maybe we're just doing worse when it comes to suicide prevention amongst young children. But the numbers from 2015 show that the trend could be all over Europe. There are a lot of maybes in my story, and that's why I have a question for you, the movers and shakers, who are here in the front line fighting for children here and overseas. Article 24 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child states that every child has to grow up healthy, but how can we do that when we don't know how our mental health is doing? Unfortunately, this wasn't a part of the Europe Kids 1 survey, but I still think I can link some of the findings of the survey to possible causes of this rapidly growing problem. For example, 21% of the kids say they don't have enough friends or family around to support them in the future. 61.5% wants to make their school a safer place by making sure no one is treated badly. Only 24.6% of the kids thought their school was already a safe place without bullying and drugs around. And what about social media? When 47.8% of the kids who participated in the Europe Kids 1 survey say they are worried about other people being cruel or unkind to them online. The youth of today is releasing the suffering of mental health issues from its stigma and protesting for better policies to protect our planet. Our generation wants to make a change, and I couldn't be happier with that. Unfortunately, our opinions aren't heard enough. Only 7.3% of the kids who filled in the Europe Kids 1 survey said their local authorities listened to them. 47.2% said their towns never listened to them. Not sometimes, but never. It's a shame that the decision makers and voters of the future are not being heard in decisions that concern them. By participating in the Europe Kids 1 survey and being here today, we are giving all of you a chance to listen, to truly listen and show us you care, but also to take action. We will be here to help with whatever we can, whenever we can, but you need to be ready to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. Thank you, Lika. Thank you, Chandel. Thank you, Lucia, all the contributors. And as well, I would like to thank all our young participants in the forum. I think we should listen to them. They speak a lot of sense, as far as I can see. So thank you all, and we're moving on now to Plenary 2.
Come on, Nigel. Okay. Okay. Now we move on to the second plenary session. So this one is about protection of children's rights in the EU. What are the key challenges that lie ahead of us? So our opening panel, they've laid the ground in terms of at least giving some perspectives on where we are right now, what we've achieved so far, They've also made some statements about some of their thoughts on the challenges and what we might do. So the purpose of this panel is to go deeper on examining the challenges to be overcome, but also hopefully looking at some of the opportunities that are there to address some of these challenges as well. You'll see from the program that we have this panel, and then we have another panel after lunch. And there's a similar format, and the reason for that is that we felt that having just one panel on challenges, considering the range of people that we could invite, one panel wouldn't be enough. So we've got two groups of people that will go through a similar type of discussion, and hopefully from those two panels we then get quite a deep understanding of the different challenges that are there. And the sorts of things that came to my mind as I was preparing this were the challenge of reaching and ensuring the rights of children that have fled their homes, with or without their families. How do we do that? The challenge of involving children in democratic processes, a bit what we've said already, right? It's fine, you can create spaces to hear voices, and even that doesn't feel very adequate, but even when voices are heard, how then to make that mean something so that it's really about influence? And then also around this fast-moving digital environment that we're all living in, how do we make that a space which is right and appropriate for children, but at the same time ensuring that they have freedom in their engagement and the ability to express themselves? So those are some of the things, and we're going to go much further. We have a great panel of speakers here today. I'm going to run through their backgrounds as I introduce them. And I've shortened them a bit, but it was quite hard shortening them considering all the stuff these people have done. So I've already told them if I've left some really important bits out, sorry for that. So first we have Marta Santos Pais, who's the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children at the United Nations. I think many of you know Marta. Marta has more than 30 years' experience in intergovernmental processes, in legal cooperation and human rights areas, and has participated in the drafting of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. She's currently the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, a post held since 2009. In her role, she promotes the prevention and elimination of all forms of violence against children in all settings. She's a real bridge builder across regions, across contexts, wherever that violence is taking place. She's a very well-known person, and we're very happy to have her with us. Professor Michael Flaherty is the director of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. Previously, he was the established professor of human rights law and the director of the Irish Centre for Human Rights at the National University of Ireland in Galway, and served as the Chief Commissioner of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. 2004-2012, he was a member of the United National Human Rights Committee, latterly as Vice Chairperson. He's currently the Adjunct Professor of Law at the National University of Ireland. The Almighty, you were saying you were wondering what was written there? That's what it was. Okay, Nigel, who wanted a very short introduction, is going to get a long one anyway. So Nigel Cantwell has been working in the field of human rights of children for 40 years and is currently an international consultant focused on safeguarding children's rights in the inter-country adoption and alternative care. He founded the NGO Defence for Children International in 1979 and coordinated the inputs of the NGO group for the Convention on the Rights of the Child throughout the drafting process. So a link there indeed with Marta. He spent 6 years at UNICEF's Innocenti Research Center in Florence, working in the implementation of child protection standards, and was a lead consultant on the development of the guidelines for the alternative care of children approved by the UN General Assembly in 2009. So welcome, Nigel. Sonia Livingston, our panelist at the end there, is a professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She's published 20 books on children's online opportunities and risks. She currently directs numerous projects. I mean, when I looked at the profile, there were so many projects. If I'd listed them all, I'd have been here forever. So when I say numerous, I mean there's a lot. related to children in digital environment. I don't know how you do it. And she is Deputy Director of the UK RI-funded Nurture Network. She's the recipient of many honours. She has advised the UK Government, European Commission, European Parliament, Council of Europe, OECD and UNICEF on children's internet safety and rights in digital environments. So indeed, an extremely experienced panel. Welcome, all of you, to this discussion. So, how are we going to do this? We've got about an hour or so. So rather than doing this in just 4 big speeches, the idea is to try and do it through exploring 3 questions. So we'll have like 3 rounds of, I'm promised quite short answers. We'll see. And then we'll go to the floor so that we can hear inputs from some of you as well. So just so you know what's coming, the 3 rounds are going to be, the first question is going to be about exploring the scope of needs that are out there. So this is about scale. The second question then is to ask about, so if that's the scale, if that's the landscape, what are the gaps? What are the gaps that are there? And the gaps may or may not be the main priorities. So what are the gaps that are there? Sometimes, as you often see, the thing that's the 3rd or 4th priority never gets addressed because it's never number 1. So gaps can be there for all sorts of reasons. What are the gaps? And then the third question is narrowing it down to say, well, if that's the landscape, if those are the gaps, what are the priorities and what are the challenges or opportunities for addressing those priorities? So that's the way we're going to try and do it, and we're going to see how we go. So we're going to kick off with Marta. So you're number 1, Marta, asking to really related to your experience, your area of work, which is extremely broad and deep. Yeah, what for you are the scope of needs, the scale of the challenge that's out there?
Well, thank you very much. As you have understood, I'm an old person, so I was very honored to be part of the drafting of the convention, and at that time I had 2 very young kids at home. They are now mothers with very young kids. So obviously we have gone a long way. But the vision and the scope of the need of 30 years ago hasn't changed. And fundamentally what it says is that the rights of the child need to be at the center of each and every decision within the European Union institutions, at the national level, at the local level. As Eleanor Roosevelt liked to say and said a few times, in those places that do not ever deserve being on the map. And if we ask ourselves how children are central in policymaking or are used as an indicator of progress, of course, we know that we are very far away of the vision of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I want to use 2 quick examples. One, as you know, the Convention, like any other human rights treaty, calls on all states to adopt legislative measures to translate the vision of the Convention into concrete standards that everyone can use, including children. And we heard in the introductory remarks in the previous session that if we think about how many countries within the European Union's space have a comprehensive legislation prohibiting all forms of violence against children, 23, which is not everyone, 23 have such an important piece of legislation. Of course, we are very happy that in France, in Scotland, in Wales, there are very important, promising developments, but we are not yet there. And if we think about violence, which is my own area, and you ask kids what the law says and how they can make use of the legislation, of course, their answer is even more discouraging because most of the time they do not really know what the law says, what are the standards, and how can they make use of them. So scope of the need, certainly we need to have a legislation that is clear, that is accessible, that is understood by everyone, but the institutions and the services need to be put in place for kids to feel the trust to reach out to them and not telling dramatic situations, as we heard just now from the young people, which is, of course, an extreme situation. The second example, child participation. We know that that is probably the most revolutionary dimension in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and we keep trying to learn about the best way of listening to children and taking their recommendations into practical consequences. But there again, we are so far away. Let me use some examples from child victims of violence. Most of the time, they don't speak up. They feel incredibly frightened to tell their stories. If they find the courage to share the stories, most of the time, they feel that people at the other end are not ready to listen. Their silence, their hesitation, or they are not equipped to follow on what they are telling. And in fact, according to some research that we have all been conducted, and I'm sure you will have many examples, less than 10% of the children tell something about what has gone with their lives that was wrong and very dramatically violent, and less than 1% benefit from any services that have been put there to support them. But children have great recommendations, so the scope of the needs can, again, be encouraged and influenced by what children say. And I want to just use a very important example from the work of the Council of Europe recently conducted with migrant children in 6 countries in Europe. And when they were asked, what should we do? And do you have enough information when you move into another country or when you get into a reception center? What they say is that most of the time, they don't have any information. The information is given perhaps to their parents if they go with a family, but not to them, not about them. They may be changing over and over from one reception center to the next without even understanding why this is happening and what to expect. But they were saying, don't give us written information only. Give us something that we can relate to, that has pictures, that has animation, that is very easily connecting with young people of all ages. Use peer information. Use the young people to tell us what we can do best, and we understand better, and we digest what they are telling us rather than listening to all the rights you have and you don't know how to make use of them. And finally, use online tools, because we relate so easily, as we know, to the cyberspace in a positive way, and we can feel informed, we can feel empowered, and then we are not so frightened and not so much at risk of violence. So here you are, scope of needs very wide, opportunities for change equally strong. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I mean, what strikes me there is the way that you're repeating indeed this point that we're just nowhere near where we need to be. I mean, this is one of the strong messages I took away from there, and the sense that in some cases children don't even know. I think my own kids don't even know what's there, and then even when they have that link, it's difficult for those needs to be satisfied or those voices to be heard. Michael.
Thanks. By way of identifying a few needs, I'd have to start by saying that I'm discouraged. It's been 30 years. I really am disappointed that more progress hasn't been made. We're all believers in this room. It's easy to feel an energy in this room, but if we go out there to policy and decision makers, we don't find it. At least not to the extent we need to find it. It's correct that there's been repeated emphasis this morning on participation, on listening. If every one of us said nothing else, it would still be a valuable day. We've got to wake up and take rights seriously as rights. There's so much that can be done there. I don't want to repeat what people have said, but let's recall that when we talk about a rights-based approach, a child rights approach, we're referring to every area of policy in public life. There's no bit of public life that doesn't involve or impact children. And so we need to be auditing and challenging what does that do for children? What is the impact of that on children? To what extent have you listened to children in every single dimension of the life of our societies? Last thing on participation, I'll say in the experience of the Fundamental Rights Agency, every time we stop and remember to listen actively to children and young people, we do a better job. It makes for better outputs. It makes for smarter moves by the agency. We just don't remember to do it often enough. And all of us have to hardwire that systematically into our programs. One thing that might help, by the way, promote participation is a much higher degree of ratification and accession to the individual complaints protocol of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. There's nothing like a case to focus attention and to get the necessary action. And so in our various contexts, if we can promote ratification of the complaints protocol, I think that would help in getting the issue centre stage. Now, I'd like to just take a moment or two on a couple of specific thematic areas that keep me awake at night. The first is child poverty. The Deputy Executive Director of UNICEF emphasised this morning quite correctly, but frankly it's a scandal. It's a scandal in the European Union that we have 25 million children living at risk of poverty in the richest corner of the earth. Now, we need to respond to this issue, but the responses have to be smart, sophisticated. They have to be highly complex because of the different ways poverty presents itself. There's a huge geographic disparity. 14% of children in Czechia, 41% in Bulgaria. There's an enormous range also depending on impact on different groups. Almost every Roma child is living at risk of poverty. And so we need a very joined-up, fresh look at this issue as a major priority for Europe. And finally, I could choose so many other areas, but the last one I'll mention is children in migration, which also is a scandal requiring far more concerted attention. Much has been achieved. The EU, and in particular the European Commission, has done important work to address child protection concerns. But it's still the case that children are drowning in the central Mediterranean. It's still the case that children in reception centres are not getting adequate care and the child protection that they deserve. And I could go on at length. My colleagues were on Samos last week. The hotspot, the reception facility on Samos, is at 6 times its capacity, meaning that considerable numbers of people, including children, are living outside the camp, and half of all of the unaccompanied children on the island of Samos are outside the child protection facilities. We can't allow that to continue, and let's come back to that in the course of the discussions today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for that, Michael. And I mean, again, what jumps out at me there, what you say, that all aspects of children's lives was one of the strong points that you made there, and the notion of the scale, but not just the numbers, but how within that, different groups within that are more affected than others, and recognizing in some cases all children within a particular group are affected. And this notion that you mentioned about children still drowning in the Mediterranean. But what about the children that are on their way to the EU, and those that are affected by EU policies but outside of the EU? What do we know about the scale of needs in places like Libya, Turkey, countries that we know where there's people effectively piling up? You can respond to that.
Thanks. Well, the Fundamental Rights Agency looks at the situation within the geographic territory of the European Union. But even with just that limited site, we're very concerned. We're extremely concerned about the interference with search and rescue in the Mediterranean. We're extremely concerned with the refusal to allow humanitarian ships to dock at port, with all of the humanitarian consequences for the children and adults on board. In 2018, 2% of all of those people who crossed the central Mediterranean drowned. That is something like 20 in 1,000. And, by the way, the water didn't distinguish which were adults and which were children. It's as much an issue of child rights as of the rights of any other human being. So it's extremely worrying. It's not getting enough attention. You remember in 2015, that poor child who was drowned on the Turkish coast, the image of the little boy was flashed across the world, and everybody said, outrageous. But there were 6 every day in 2018, and no photographs anymore. So we really, really have to re-engage with this.
Thanks, Michael. Nigel, what have you got for us?
What do I have for you? I have a return to the past. I realise more and more that, and thankfully so, that the people I address have never lived outside the era of the convention. And as a dinosaur, and one of the few surviving, at least in being asked to present on various occasions, I think it's always important to go back not just to the 30 years of the convention, but to what it was like before the convention. I think it's important because sometimes we get let's say, possibly discouraged by the fact that there is so much more to do. But I do think that it's important to stress how much we have been able to do since the 70s. Because look at the landscape and the scope of problems in the 70s. The landscape in the 70s was that there were no children's rights organizations. There were no activists working on the human rights of children. There was no corpus of law in relation to the rights of the child. There were rights of the child in certain areas scattered amongst a range of treaties, but nothing that brought them together, nothing where you could say we are defending the rights of the child, because they were just drowned in other treaties. So what we were looking for as NGOs, and as was said, I was responsible for the NGO input into the convention, we were really looking for two things. Firstly, to ensure that those disparate rights be brought into one treaty that could be defended and promoted in terms of children's rights. The second thing was to ensure that the adversarial side of children's rights, which was the norm in the 70s. In the 70s, children's rights, if it was mentioned at all, was seen as children against adults, not children as well as adults. And this is what we're getting now in the participation discourse, which is wonderful, is that we're looking at partnerships. We're not looking at adversarial relationships. And those adversarial relationships at the time were what was called child participation. Look at how much that has changed with the arrival of the convention. So we wanted all the rights to be brought together, and we wanted to set those rights in the context of human rights. And it's great that Michael from the FRA is able to integrate in his person, if you like, the fact that children's rights are part of human rights. I always talk of the human rights of children. I don't talk about children's rights because I want to emphasize that the scope of the rights and the scope of the needs is precisely very much to do with human rights in their entirety, as Michael pointed out. So I would say that without being over-optimistic, we have come a long way. We are on the right lines. We are dealing with human rights, and we all know that human rights the fight for human rights is a constant one, is going to be an ongoing one. We're never going to realize human rights in their entirety throughout Europe or the world. That shouldn't discourage us. On the contrary, it should encourage us to the extent that we're moving forward little by little with some setbacks, but little by little we're moving forward all the same.
Thanks very much, Nigel. And it's an important perspective. It's more of a glass half full, or at least a glass which has got some water in it, rather than imagining that the glass is complete, and Nigel's on even what's in there. But it's an important perspective to keep in mind and to recognise the achievements that are there and not to take away from the task which is in front. Sonia.
Thank you so much. Well, if Nigel looked back, I'm going to invite you to look forward and think about the future, and especially to think about the digital world that children are now growing up in and embracing, and what that does, what implications that has to the scope of needs in relation to children's rights. So in the briefing for this event, it said 1 in 5 children 1 in 5 Europeans are children. Most of those are online. They're a significant proportion of the online population. And they are increasingly embracing the internet, the digital world, as, if you like, their domain, a space that they identify with, that they feel they belong in, a place where they take risks, a place where they often encounter first many of the horrors and difficulties of the wider world, but also a place in which they develop skills and exercise agency. It's an extraordinarily kind of complicated layer to add on to all the problems that I know that this community has already been addressing, and it kind of intensifies both the opportunities and the challenges for, I think, for people working in the field of children's rights in many ways. I said the internet is the future, and many of the aspects of it, if we think about what's coming, and what's coming is really beyond the screen, thinking about smart homes, smart cities, smart clothing, wearable and sensing technologies of all kinds. There are extraordinary set of challenges in terms of how the risks and opportunities for children are being reconfigured. But some of this is not new. And I've also been thinking back to 1989, not only the birth of the convention, but also the birth of the World Wide Web. 25 years, actually, it's been around, and yet what we still see are the risks to children online rising and the opportunities for children online not rising commensurately. Let me give you an example from new research from the EU Kids Online Network. In Portugal, in the last 5 years, we just have new research which says that in that 5 years, the number of children who said they'd been upset or encountered a problem on the internet doubled, and the number who really agreed that the internet is a space of opportunities for them halved. That's in the 5 years when we thought digital natives are having a great time online, and when many organizations have been really working to make children safer. We saw similar findings in the latest report from Italy, where we also learned that while those digital natives are very good at kind of operational and social skills online, their skills in information search, some of their self-protective skills, their understanding of online privacy, a lot of things that they need to understand and keep up with technological change are just not developing. And at the same time, many of the challenges that you have long addressed are now moving online and being reconfigured in new ways. So child sexual exploitation and abuse is now increasingly mediated by transnational networks which are organized online, extraordinarily difficult to regulate and track. Children's privacy online is now being, children's privacy in the world is now being mediated by a data economy, data networks that I think many have not understood. So I think in terms of thinking about the scope of needs, I'd like to invite us not to think of the internet as a particular place where children sometimes go and good and bad things can happen, but really to recognize the digital dimension of everything that we are talking about. Those children, the migrant children who have the mobile phone in their hand, or when they reach safety, want to find Wi-Fi. If we don't think about it in the right way, we go along with the panicky headlines that say, how can these kids be suffering? They've all got smartphones. If we understand the importance of the digital in their lives, we understand that the phone is their lifeline to their family and their lifeline to finding the information that they need at the same time as it's the way that the child traffickers might reach them. We could say the same for the climate change protests, which our youth participant presented earlier. The children were very visibly protesting, exercising their civic rights, fantastic. They all had a phone in their hands. That phone is partly how they organized the protest, wonderful. It's also the way, it's also collecting evidence on who is at that protest that could be used against them in a surveillance state, in a surveillance world in the future. We need to see that digital thread running throughout the issues for children's rights.
Thank you. So in the digital world, our friend is our enemy.
in that context. And this notion, what you painted, the picture you painted there very clearly around the notion that risks are not just growing, but they're morphing as they go along. And it's not just opportunities that don't seem to be rising, and also it's not that capacities are not rising as a part of that, I suppose. So thanks for that, Sonia. Okay, so that gives us a sense of now the scope, the scale of the issues that are there. We'll now have a second round asking about if that's what's going on, what are the big gaps that are not being addressed for whatever reason? So I'm going to come to you, Michael. So we're going to change the order up a little bit. Martha, you're spared. Yeah. And we're going to come back to you in a second. Michael.
Yeah. Well, I suppose speaking about needs, I inevitably was speaking also about gaps. But let me just look at it, in addition to what I've said already, a few systemic things that we could do a better job at. And if we did a better job with them, we would do a better job more generally in standing up for the human rights of children, as Nigel correctly puts it. Firstly, education. We've heard very little reference this morning to education, but we need Europe-wide to look at the quality of the education that we provide to children. Look at the youth unemployment figures. They're telling us that we're not educating for work. That's clearly part of the problem for the unacceptable figures of young people's unemployment. Look at the problems with integration in many societies. Clearly, we're not doing a good enough job at educating for integrated, respectful societies. And my reference there, by the way, is not just to those being integrated, but everybody in societies that face the challenge of integration. We're clearly not doing a good enough job in adult education in terms of such issues as violence against children. So quality education will make a meaningful contribution across all areas, including the ones I spoke of in the first round. Secondly, I apologize for coming back to it. It's getting a bit tedious by now, I know, but participation, tools for participation. We have to invest more effort in them. It can't just be a tokenistic rolling out of something once in a while for this or that reason. We need to drill down tools, methods that can then be adopted as policies at national and EU level and automatically kick in at key moments in the development of important ideas in our society. And by the way, they need to be as much local as they need to be national and regional. It's more about how you listen in the town than it is how you listen in the capital. But the capital needs to support the exercise, the commitment to listening in the towns and villages. And the third of these general gaps, which we, again, it's extremely dull to talk about, but very important to do, and that is get the data, get the data. We need the evidence base to convince policymakers to do this or to do that. And the data gathering is of very uneven quality across the EU. Take, for example, the issue of child-friendly justice, where we've been working quite extensively in recent years. The capacity of governments to capture the reality on the issue of child-friendly justice is enormously uneven. And I could transpose that point to just about any sector. And that's why the Fundamental Rights Agency will continue to give high priority to its role in gathering data, particularly through surveys. Let me just say a word on migration and gaps that could be filled, and then I'll stop. Maybe I'll come back to poverty if there's time at the end. Migration is not just some intractable set of problems. There are clear steps we can take for children. Firstly, re-establish rescue missions in the Mediterranean. Second, do more respectful age determination of children. Again, the patterns are very uneven. The quality is very uneven. Third, deliver guardianship support right away to a child on determination that he or she is a child. Quick but fair and correct asylum procedures. And we can do it, we know it, we've seen it when we try it, we can achieve it. And then just to take one more example, reception facilities, these hotspots and elsewhere that genuinely are committed to child protection and genuinely invest the resources, the financial resources and the human rights and the human resources to take care of the children in their care. So it's really rather clear what we need to do. The problem is getting it done.
We're going to come on to that at the end, so be ready to take us to that next step. Thanks, Michael. And what I'm hearing that as well, again, it's not about participation as an event, as a one-off. It's about participation as a part of structural, systematic processes. So it's not just about how, it's about why this is being done, and then it makes it more meaningful, potentially. Nigel. Gans.
Yeah, I want to mention two specific issues that seem to me to be major gaps. They're not the most important, surely, but they are important to the children who are concerned. And interestingly, neither is dealt with explicitly in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, although obviously there are various rights which are, if not all rights, which are pertinent to the situation of these children. The first one is children who act as carers within their family, caring for parents as well as going to school and trying to do their homework and trying to do the housework and trying to do the shopping, and with a major responsibility hanging over them the entire day because they are essentially the head of household. Interestingly, the phenomenon of child-headed households was exposed as a phenomenon after the drafting of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And therefore that kind of idea of children taking on responsibilities which may impede the realization of their other rights was not dealt with particularly or explicitly in the Convention. But it's it's clearly a very important issue for the children who are unsupported in the responsibilities, the caring responsibilities that they carry out. And we should use the same arguments that we used with child-headed households. Instead of taking the children in those child-headed households, splitting them up and putting them into alternative care, we should be giving them the support that the situation requires, so that they can also benefit from all the rights that to which they have a right. The second one is the search for origins. In the mid-2000s, the number of inter-country adoptions, for example, peaked in Europe and indeed in the world. And it's now that many of the children who were adopted at that time are reaching adolescence or adulthood and are wanting to find out about their origins. It's a lottery according to where you are adopted and where you were adopted from as to whether or not you can easily or with difficulty access those origins. But it's not limited to inter-country adoption either. It's also very relevant for children who were taken into care under circumstances that prevented them being properly documented. It's also relevant for domestic adoptions. And in many countries, there are obstacles placed in the path of those who are trying to find out their true identity, especially when the search uncovers some particularly illicit practice or other, and the authorities wish to hide this. So it's an indication, I think, of how we look on children, how we look on the importance of their identity and the need for them to understand what their origins are.
Thanks, Nigel. Three very clear areas. I'm also interested, and this I'm looking at Sonia and Marta here, if there's things you're hearing that you see cuts, because we're talking in some ways sometimes in specific areas, but I'm sure there's some cross-cutting elements as well. So feel free to pick up on things that you see that are cross-cutting to the different areas. Sonia.
Thank you. Well, I'll pick up on something that Nigel said to illustrate the point I'd like to make about gaps, because the question of children identifying birth parents or birth parents identifying themselves again to children has become fraught in the age of social media. And any adoption or fostering or care organisation that I've talked to just doesn't know how to address the fact that a carefully protected information world that was built around a child for their benefit has completely collapsed in an age of digital networks and social media. And it illustrates the way in which that kind of digital thread I talked to is intersecting with many of the child protection issues that people have long addressed. I think it also it just shows us the challenge for the knowledge base, thinking of another gap, in terms of the skills and expertise of those who are engaged in child protection. And perhaps I sometimes sense in child rights and child protection circles a kind of hesitancy about the new kinds of technological expertise that are going to be required of all of us, really to understand what that kind of digital thread is doing. Several kinds of challenge. I mean, I think there's a gap in the conversation in terms of who is here, I might say today, and who is part of the conversation. So is Facebook here? Is Microsoft here? Is Google here? Are the big tech companies that are collecting data on all children in Europe, tracking all children in Europe, profiling for commercial purposes all children in Europe, messing up those neat lines of protection information? Are they even part of this conversation? What kind of, how are we going to overcome that gap? Maybe that's the... Adria, that's your last question, but in terms of engaging them, but also for those who are expert in children's rights, what are the questions you want to ask? What are the demands you want to make? What kinds of policy bridges can we build across that whole new in that whole new conversation? So just to give an example, in the documentation for this meeting, the relevant general comments of the UNCRC were listed as something for us to think about in advance. Well, I was struck that General Comment 16 on protecting children's rights in relation to business was not there. But children are putting their lives on proprietary networks. And not only that, but child rights organisations, welfare organisations, health services, education services are putting children's lives on those digital networks in ways that may have long-term consequences decades hence, in ways that we don't yet understand, in ways that take children's data, their privacy, outside the public sector into the private world. If you think about the recent kinds of data breaches that there have been, what does a school collect? A school collects children's family circumstances, their special educational needs, their mental health circumstances, their attendance record, all the sensitive personal data. Now this is being hosted in the cloud in proprietary service. I think tracing the child rights implications is just a quite mind-blowing gap in our knowledge. So I'm very glad there's going to be a workshop.
Blow my mind anyway. But certainly this point of the gap in the conversation, I think this is, and you were very specific about the business gap, but there's a broader gap in terms of how we see the digital world, and in some ways miss some of the opportunities that could come from those conversations. Marta, on gaps.
Well, there are so many connections. The first thing I would like to say is that, of course, it's so interesting that the convention remains so relevant in whatever moment of history. And the examples of the digital potential and risks is just one. The World Wide Web was being born at the same time. And today, there are so many new things we can do better, including facilitating access to the origin of the child and helping to preserve and reestablish the identity of the child. And I want to connect also with what Nigel was saying. There are so many examples, such as the ones he has put forward. But think about the children who are forced to migrate into another country and have absolutely no time to bring a document with them to say who they are, from where they come, who is their family, what is their nationality. They don't even understand that they have crossed the border to go into a new country. And yet the attitude of authorities and services in relation to someone who cannot say who I am and I'm entitled to the protection of this state changes the whole pattern. So, you know, the examples are so much, but to me, what is beautiful, so the half-full glass, is that the convention can always be a very empowering reference for us to find the best solutions if the political will is there and we are guided by the best interest of the child rather than other interests. But I want also to relate to what Michael was saying with the education challenge, you know. The United Nations does many surveys with young people, and one was conducted when the Sustainable Development Agenda was being drafted, and more than 800,000 kids from all over the world contributed to identifying what are the most important things that governments should absolutely do over the next 15 years. And there were two things that they said. One, an education of quality, but don't forget, an education where we feel safe, respected, cherished, and where we get the skills that are needed for us to contribute to society, to participate, freely, informed. And secondly, protected from violence at all levels. So if we think about what children are saying, in fact, it's easier to focus on a few priorities where we achieve results. But then, you know, I think we need to ask ourselves, okay, what is the vision to get there? What is the road we are going to cross? And how do we measure how well we are doing? And to me, these seem very obvious questions. Well, in Europe, we are not posing those questions when we shape policy agendas. And although we have more than 100 countries around the world with a comprehensive agenda to prevent and address violence against children, we have very few examples within the European Union member states, which I think needs to be, of course, changed. You will tell me we have great plans on trafficking, on child labor, sexual abuse, online abuse, all the kinds of violence are taken. But they are in parallel, they are fragmented, the structures don't talk to each other, the resources are multiplied. And the fact is that children face a continuum of violence. They face corporal punishment within the home. They face bullying in the school. They face harassment in the bus. They face very often more dramatic xenophobic and racist attacks when they are considered to be belonging to a minority or just being a migrant child who doesn't speak the same language. So the list could be very, very big. And of course, you know, in many circumstances, the response is reactive, not preventive, but in addition, it's punitive. And I want to use as an example one aspect that our young participants mentioned, which is the question of bullying and cyberbullying. You know, when we look at the different pieces of legislation in Europe and in the world, you will have education laws, but what do they focus on? The suspension or the expulsion of the bully student, right? You have civil law remedies, but very often is to find a way of giving some kind of punishment to those who have harassed another person or who have, you know, produced a defamation of someone else. And if you look into the criminal law, what do you find? New criminal offenses looking at the child as a real danger and serious bad person, rather than investing in prevention, in restorative approaches that bring the person who did something wrong with those who have suffered the harm and finding a solution together where the responsibility to overcome the harm is genuine and supported by all of us. So there are so many things that we need absolutely to do. The second example is how well are we doing? And there again, you know, if you look at how many states in the European Union have a survey to tell you what is the exposure of children to violence, you will have very few examples. And let me say, just within 2 weeks, we are going to launch a big survey in El Salvador. No? China is doing perhaps the biggest survey in the world. We have launched in Africa and Asia so many. Is it lack of resources and intellectual capacity? Certainly not. But what does that allow us to do? Understand how children are growing, what are the risks, who are the kids most at risks, but also documenting what is working best that we can scale up and use better. And finally, when are we going to involve ethically, responsibly, young people in the research we conduct and in the surveys we produce, so that they tell us what are the risks and the solutions? They know better than us. And no doubt if we do so, we will move forward. Having said this, just to say, we know enough not to have any excuse not to act, because that's an important act.
Thank you, Marta. And again, thank you. You made that link. Again, it sounds like there's an absence of a conversation. There's gaps in conversations in terms of topics being missed, but there's also gaps in terms of cross-cutting conversations that are going to result in a holistic approach to addressing these issues rather than a siloed approach. So I'm going to change the plan slightly here. So we have another 15 minutes or so. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to go to the floor and get your inputs. And what I'm going to do, so the panel know what's going to happen as well, we'll then come back and we'll have some final statements from the panel. And those statements will be addressing this last question of, okay, if that's the landscape, what are the priorities that we need to do and how we address them? And then you'll do that having heard some of the contributions from the floor as well. So let's spend the next 10 minutes or so hearing from all of you. And what I encourage you to do, the idea is just throw your hand up in the air and I'll try and pick a few people, let's try and make it so that the comments are within these 4 areas of digital, violence against children, adoption, alternative methods of care, and the migration issue. And that way, at least we stay within those 4 areas, because knowing that we're going to deal with some other topics this afternoon. So what are your thoughts? What are your reactions in terms of, and you can either be speaking in terms of a gap, or you can be talking in terms of a priority. I would ideally have inputs in those 2 areas, gaps and priorities, things you haven't heard. Don't repeat what's already been said. Come up with something new. Gentleman in the white shirt, which could be anybody, but it's you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak up. My name is Tony Klanchnik. I come from Europol. I'll just highlight 2 topics. One is making the online identity of children by people in position of trust. I'm talking about teachers, about counselors who are taking pictures in the classrooms and they publish it on their private social network accounts. This is one topic that bothers me quite a lot. Now, those kids were not asked to be published in this kind of approach. And the other is about the images of child sexually abused material. These kids, these children were raped, were sexually molested, exploited. And somebody is enjoying this kind of material. This is horrible. And Europol and Interpol and the law enforcement community with a lot of our partners, police forces and NGOs, etc., we are trying to identify those children on the pictures. I don't like to hear that this is only the megabytes or kilobytes of sort of something ritual thing, but it is a crime scene of a rape. And what is a big concern is how to find all those kids. They cannot speak. They're just being depicted in a motion of their time. So I think it's really important to address these capacities. I know that directive against sexual exploitation and also Lanzarote Convention are talking about this, but let's do something more together. I think this is really important. And to set up a VID task for points in member states, this will be a great thing to do.
Thank you very much. Is there other people that would like to say something? Again, I'd encourage you to try to be short and sharp with your comments, and that way we can get a few more in. Sorry, blue shirt.
Chris Nash from the European Network on Statelessness. One issue, one gap not mentioned is statelessness, covered under Article 7 on the Convention of the Rights of the Child. And Michael was talking about...
Can you repeat that? What was the gap?
On? Sorry, one gap is statelessness. My name is Chris Nash from European Network on Statelessness, and Michael mentioned about the exclusion of Roma children, and of course, one underlying cause of that exclusion, is statelessness, which is both a cause and a consequence of discrimination, which results from a toxic combination of technical causes and anti-Gypsyism. And then in the migration context, we know that children are at particularly heightened risk of childhood statelessness. And we did research a couple of years ago which showed that more than half of European states are failing to honour the norm and international law to grant nationality to children born on their territory who would otherwise be stateless, and to uphold the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I think if we're going to have an integrated child rights agenda in Europe, it needs to address statelessness, not only because those children are denied nationality of their country, but they're also denied EU citizenship and the right to participate as EU citizens. So I would be interested to hear from Michael and the rest of the panel how that can be better addressed.
Thank you. Statelessness. Black jacket.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm George Nikolaidis. I will just make a couple of comments with two different capacities. The first one is I'm serving now as the chairperson of the Lanzarote Committee of the Council of Europe, which is the committee for the implementation of the Lanzarote Convention for Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse. And we are currently discussing these couple of years exactly the issues of protecting children from sexual victimization in the digital world and for children on the move. The first one, we are trying to somehow develop more elaborated concepts about protecting children in the digital world, taking into account the current developments in societies and in regular practices of adolescent children. Because as it usually the legislation has traditionally has been, we run the risk here to mix up what is really harmful and dangerous from children from practices that are widespread. We might not endorse them aesthetically or morally, but are not to be criminalized. So we have to separate what is to be criminalized from practices that have to be addressed by society by other means, like awareness raising and promotion of healthy concepts of sexuality. The second thing is I would invite everyone to have a look at our recommendations to member states for protecting children on migration. And one of our key recommendations is that although some ad hoc deviation is to be accepted due to the number, especially in first reception countries, we should stick to the principle that children on the move should enjoy the same quality of care and the same provisions as other children in the countries. Any deviation from this core principle should be something that we should be abstaining from. And we have noticed that in many countries, the outbreak of this immigration wave gave rise to a parallel system of institutional, practically, care for children. And that's, I leave it there, which just, if you have 20 seconds to give just two very brief more for my other capacity being from the Institute of Child Health in Greece. Regarding institutional care, we should pay attention to the rights of most vulnerable children, like children with disabilities, especially paying attention to how the funds that have been allocated have been used, because there was a lot of window dressed and virtual reality in the results that we have been noticed. And the last but not least is I will continue to advocate, as in last year's forum, for a compatible and comparable data producing system throughout European countries. Some of you know that.
Okay, we do need to go to another.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, who else would like to make a comment? Yeah, I'd like to take. I don't want to sound like I'm being. I'd like to have a contribution from someone other than a male. This lady here.
Yeah. Rani Ali, I'm a journalist, I'm Syrian, I work with Terre des Hommes. One thing that I think that it hasn't been talked about until now, which is connected also to child protection, the criminalization of humanitarian aid and rescuers in Greece, Malta, and Italy. I have friends who are young people and work as volunteers with NGOs that are being criminalized and being taken to courts and to prisons in Greece. So I guess it's a note, but also I want to know what the NGOs are doing about it. What are the international organizations like the UN is doing about this to stop, to prevent governments to just basically fight these aid workers in a very, I would say, a horrible, bad way.
Yeah, a very, very clear. Okay. So very clear point indeed. Criminalization of humanitarian aid. What are we doing about it? So that means we're going to need to go back to the. I'd love to have more time now, but I'm afraid we don't have more time. So I'm going to go back to the panel to get their points in terms of having had this discussion. What are the priorities going forward, and how should we be going about that? Take into account some of the comments that have just come from the floor, an example being the last one on the criminalization of aid, statelessness, a number of other comments that were made about in the digital environment, protecting people's privacy and what that means. So, Michael, I know you need to leave bang on 1 o'clock, so I'll give you the first word on this. So we won't boo you as you leave the stage. So, yeah, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. It is bang on 1 o'clock. Yeah, look, let me just briefly take one topic and then a priority issue. I'll come to the one on criminalization. We published a report on this Fundamental Rights Agency report just last week, in which you'll find an analysis of what's actually happening and what we think about it. We did an investigation of the interdiction, the stopping of every ship in the central Mediterranean last summer. Not one of those interdictions led to a criminal conviction. Not one. And you yourself figure out what that means about the quality of the interdiction policy. So have a look at our report from last week. People are drowning. People are drowning. If I was one message I'd ask you to take out of this room, people are drowning. Now, a policy. I'm not going to talk about an EU policy because I think others will. I want to speak instead about our policy in the context of the EU in a critical moment. We're in transition year. That is also opportunity year. We will have a new commission. We will have a new parliament. People will have to be appointed as commissioners. People will have to get elected as parliamentarians. You need to hold every one of them to account with regard to the human rights of children. And it's not this potential commissioner versus that potential commissioner. The human right, thank you, Nigel, the human rights of children are as relevant for an agriculture commissioner as for a justice commissioner. And it's your job. This is in broad part the civil society of Europe, and you'll do it, not us. A second very important dimension of this year is, of course, the at last visibility on the policy table of the Sustainable Development Goals within the EU internal context. I see now that everybody is getting it. And the SDGs are all about children. And delivering the SDGs is about delivering for child rights, if we get it right. And so, again, there's another particularly important, not to be repeated moment for children if the community committed to children grabs the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Sonia.
Thank you. Okay, there are, I think, so priority areas for the EU level work, what should be done. Okay, I would like to make two suggestions, and the first one...
And Sonia, can I just, can you make sure that you cover that point of that conversation that you said was missing? Yes. I'm interested to hear your points on how to get that conversation happening as well.
You did. Okay. Yes, the conversation. So I wanted to begin aware that the digital is a new set of challenges, a new set of conversations, a new set of stakeholders, and is extraordinarily cross-cutting across most, if not all, of the rights of the child. So I wanted to draw everyone's attention to what I think is a very beautiful document passed by the Council of Europe, adopted by the Council of Europe very recently, a recommendation for member states on guidelines to respect, protect and fulfill the rights of the child in the digital environment. And many of us, I think several of us here, worked on it. I know it went out to wide consultation, including consultation with children across Europe, across the Council of Europe area. And it really, it's quite a small document. Maybe this is reassuring for people that we've put a lot of key ideas and guidelines and advice for member states and stakeholders they work with into this document. And it is really designed to generate that conversation in a way that is particular, because many of the different rights of the child translate in the digital environment in quite specific ways. And it's the thinking around the phrasing that I really hope people will attend to. There are a few controversial points in here, so I invite you to read them and spot them. I'm not going to tell you. But it really is what we're now working on, and I should point to Regina Jensdottir, the Council of Europe, for leading this work, is an implementation handbook, which is really designed to help states understand very concretely how to take that forward. So priority area for the EU, I really hope that the Commission and the new incoming Commission will also read and take note of this document, as it were, not reinvent the wheel in thinking how do we puzzle through children's rights in that digital environment. And past experience in the even though there's a lot of talk about the digital environment in relation to the European Commission, past experience is not so promising. So if I take one regulation that we all know about, the General Data Protection Regulation, the one that is interrupting your access to every website you've used in the last year, where are children in that? Are children sufficiently taken into account in that? I would suggest no, and more is needed. So the Commission often, there is a plan to mainstream children's rights. It's vital that mainstreaming children's rights means mainstreaming their rights in the digital environment too. A lot of good thinking, a lot of good efforts, a lot of very committed people in Europe have been trying to kind of puzzle out this problem and really have that conversation, but it's a little far away from the child rights conversation more generally. It's not well integrated into the digital agenda, which is the much bigger European enterprise to really promote the digital industry as a source of revenue and competitive value. So somehow this particular challenge, which I think is going to be really big on everyone's agenda in the coming decade, is still falling between. So here's one document that I think really helps. And just my last word is to say that now with the Committee on the Rights of the Child, a number of us are working on what I think will be General Comment number 22, which is on the rights of the child in the digital environment. And the consultation is up on the OCH, I always forget, OHCHR website right now, so please do. I hope this is the community that will respond to that consultation.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I didn't realize when I asked you the question about filling in that conversation that you had a pamphlet already prepared. That wasn't primed, by the way. It just happened naturally, though Sonia was prepared. Okay, Marta. Priorities.
Priority. Well, two things I would say. First of all, I really, I was not in all the European Union Forum on the rights of the child, but I was certainly in the first one and in the thinking that led to its establishment. And at that time, one of the key ideas that was put forward was that there will be a kind of an annual report of how well things are moving and what is the impact of the measures adopted across the European Union universe. And I liked very much that the idea was again mentioned earlier in the previous intervention, attention. And that is certainly a priority to give us with transparency a sense of what we need to consolidate and to celebrate, but at the same time, where we should be putting the priority convergence of our efforts. And I think that to do that better in a very systematic manner, an old idea perhaps should be brought back into the table, which is the accession by the European Union to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It would be so much easier for us to assess how well we are doing. So that's a big priority, probably you will tell long-term priority, but it remains one. The other one, I want to go back to what Michael was mentioning, the Sustainable Development Agenda. As you know, this is an agenda adopted by all countries around the world and where the member states of the European Union had a very important role. But it has very concrete goals and targets, one of which is to end all forms of violence against children by the year 2030. Well, we are almost there, and certainly we are not there yet. And therefore, I would like to call your attention and your support to the fact that in July, the high-level political forum, which monitors how well progress is advancing, will give special attention to some of the goals that are very relevant to the rights. Well, all of them are relevant, but three of them are particularly important. One is certainly Goal 16, which speaks about access to justice, many of you mentioned, but also eliminating all forms of violence against children. Secondly, Goal 4 on quality education from early childhood without any risk of violence in schools and around. And the third is on the elimination of all forms of child labor, which includes sexual abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and you name it. So this review is going to be the key focus, but 51 countries are going to report, 3 from the European Union, France, Croatia, and the UK. I don't know how to qualify UK, but in any case, it is supposed to report. And the theme of the whole session is, look at this, empowering people. Now, we know we cannot empower people without investing in the empowerment of young people. So my expectation is that all member states who will participate, side events, reports, discussions, will put protection from violence and protection of the rights of the child as a key dimension, will document good practices of child participation and empowerment in so many countries. And of course, the contribution of our young colleagues is a very important contribution to that. But in addition, that young people will be included formally in the delegations, not to be there as part of the scenario, but using part of the time allotted to the official delegations. This has to be the high-level political forum of children, for children, and with children. And finally, you know, later in September, for the first time, the General Assembly of the United Nations is going to assess the overall progress in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda, and more importantly, is going to give guidance to how we are going to move forward in the upcoming years. Now, on the one hand, there is a risk that some states would like to curtail our hopes for accelerated implementation. You know, that's part of life. But secondly, we really need to transform this session into leaving no child behind to become all of us putting children first. And we count on the European Union institutions, the European Union leadership and European Union member states, civil society and young people to help us do just that. We cannot run the risk of not doing at least that side. So these are my, you know, very obvious priorities, but I look forward to continue to collaborate with you. We are, of course, working hard to make it a year to remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Again, it speaks to this notion of, you know, joining things up, systematizing things, and moving away from children being left behind to having children at the front. So, Nigel, our last speaker.
Final word. Right. One topic related, and that is to underline what our friend from Greece said in relation to children living with disabilities and the absolute need to act in accordance with international norms in terms of their care, and not only their care, but enabling them to remain wherever possible with their families. So I will want to underline that one. Another thing that he mentioned, and also Michael emphasized, and is something close to my heart for perhaps different reason from theirs, and that is the issue of data gathering and the need for data gathering. And it's close to my heart because I want us to move forward on an evidence base and not on an ideological base. I want us to move forward on the basis of knowledge and not what we think. Let me just give one very quick example. We all agree, or virtually all of us agree, that institutional care for children is harmful. Most, if not all countries in Europe have proceeded to or are proceeding to the elimination of institutional care, except, unfortunately, in certain cases for children with disabilities. But we accept that because we have the evidence. The other side of that, though, is that we are looking to find alternative methods of alternative care that will benefit the child. And mostly we think of that as family-based and in the form of foster care. And our Gabi from Romania mentioned the foster care program that is being put into place there now. I am not in the slightest advocating against foster care. What I am saying, though, is that in some countries of Europe, the foster care system breaks down for virtually 50% of the children placed in foster care. In some countries, children are placed with 10, 15, even 20 or more families, foster families, during their childhood. In the UK, whatever its status, there is a lack of 10,000 foster carers that has been identified. What does that mean? It means, all told, that children are being placed in foster care without the necessary matching with foster parents who are not prepared for the taking in the child with his or her specific characteristics, needs, and wishes indeed. So we have become a little bit groupthink on foster care, looking at it as a panacea, when we have to be very careful indeed about moving forward on that path, because the evidence actually shows that it is an extraordinarily difficult, although desirable, an extraordinarily difficult measure to take in terms of the protection of children's rights and their development, the human rights of children and the development of children. Voila.
Okay, so we've had our first journey into the land of challenges, gaps, priorities, and we're going to continue after lunch with another panel discussion on this. And to give some thought, because I'd like to create a bit more space for your involvement. So we'll see how that panel is organized. We'll be dealing with similar sorts of questions, but I'll think of how to create a bit more space for your engagement as well. So I'd like to thank all of the panel for taking part. I think the translators are trying to give me a message. And before we give them a round of applause once again for all that they've presented today, I just want to draw your attention. You'll see at the back of the room there, we have Norma that's working to create a visual of our discussion as we go along. Please spend time looking at that. It's always wonderful what gets created. And you can see that hopefully these discussions will lead to more contributions then around challenges and opportunities that will come in the group work. But for now, I thank everybody. We'll be breaking for lunch, and then we'll be coming back at 2:30. The translators may come back a little bit later because they need to take 1.5 hours, but we'll still be starting at 2:30. Okay, so enjoy your lunch, and a round of applause again, please.
How is it? I don't know.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Good. All right. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's very good. No way. We can stay forever. t'inquiète. Il aime bien être au milieu, donc on va faire. De ce côté et les deux autres de l'autre côté. Tu as déjà changé les verres?
Oui. Enfin, je dois en mettre quelques-uns encore. J'ai déjà mis les bouteilles. Il manque encore. Je vais mettre un verre encore.
Sorry. something.
Stefan the German.
Only person I don't know.
No, no, look, everyone that looks remotely like the person I'm looking for, you probably don't know. I can be your person, I don't know. And I wish you were. Maybe I wish you were. Because I need the briefing because we changed the... That's really good. Well done.
Yeah, but...
The picture I had of him looked nothing like that,
Yeah,
so I didn't recognize him at all.
it's true. This is the one that's...
This is what he does look like that. So, if you see him, it's not...
Yeah, I'll try.
He's speaking German, the other two will be speaking English. The good thing is that Martina is German.
Yes.
Manfred,
Yeah.
he speaks German.
Yeah, but they all speak English.
Yeah,
They
but
understand
they can,
English.
they can understand him.
Yeah.
I speak enough German that I
No,
really
you
should
have
understand him.
interpretation.
But I'll take the interpretation. Even though my family are watching this live stream.
My parents watch
I just
I need to send it to my family.
No, I didn't. I told them about the conference I was going to, and then they looked at the website and they found it.
Everything.
So.
I have two. Yes, I'm sorry. One is for this certain information material. Yes. I've sent everything. Okay. Except from the last one, she wanted some more examples for children who have equal opportunity. Okay. Can you just have a look? And they said like, oh, can you make an example of education and you know, maybe just something that came out in the discussion today was like education because for child poverty families kind of you can drop it in this if you have something in this session that can put some bullet points and set them straight, how can you do that? Okay. I think it's probably he was in the but he told me to send stuff straight to him, so I sent everything to him, not to one. Okay. And the other thing is not one copy. No, you can straight okay. And if you would like, and now I need to
la care are psiholog care și acum invitat, tot așa. Este și întrebări, dacă vreți să le trimite și mie înainte ca să pregătesc și eu răspunsul de întrebare, să știu ce gândesc. M-ar ajuta foarte mult dacă să transmiteți acum prin WhatsApp sau prin mesaj ce vrem la ajuns un link pe articolul despre care e vorba, exact.
E la garderobă, da? Da.
Okay.
Estan intentant empènyer des del seu de la joventut, però agafant franja també d'infància, i que els joves estan ara contents amb això, els que estan ben petits, per poder tenir aquesta longitudinalitat.
You can use that
La Comissió Europea va demanar un estudi de viabilitat d'aquesta infraestructura i porten un temps treballant-hi des del seu de joventut.
Mira, aprofita ara que la persona que estava...
It's a shame. We're moving in lots of directions. Start something.
sinon ça fait des interférences et en plus on risque de niquer la batterie. Voilà, c'est bon.
I thought that you talked about that one because my concept for today I did it on download. I still had to finish a book, a conference. Oh yeah, danke schön.
Okay. Okay, people can take their seats. People can take their seats. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. Okay. Everybody back? Yeah. Okay. That's what we want. Okay, so, okay, everyone, if you can just, everyone can quieten down, we can then get started. So, welcome back to the session. Again, we continue with a discussion on challenges. This is the theme that we're going for the whole day in many respects. Opportunities as well. And so, the first panel that we had, there were a number of cross-cutting points that I picked up that may be relevant to this discussion as well, or may not be. But just to quickly run through them, what we had was an affirmation that we've come a long way, but also a note that legislation and paper is important, but it's simply not enough to get things done and can sometimes make people feel more comfortable than they should. This notion of gaps, missing conversations within particular topics and also across different themes in order to ensure a joined-up way of doing things. This moving from the ad hoc engagement of children to really a systematic, structured involvement, so it's actually going somewhere. This notion of, with all the commitments that are being made, how do we actually, or how are people being held to account? And what's the part of children in that holding to account? This notion of identity came through quite strongly as well. So identity was mentioned in the context of adoption. It was mentioned in the context of the digital environment. It was mentioned in the context of people being able to express themselves for who they are and not for what society is expecting them to be. This notion of data and evidence being crucial to building plans and directions and being able to monitor what we're doing. And in some ways, for me at least, that panel was a caricature of some of the things that we see, in so much as we saw 4 people speaking in some really interesting and specific areas with some common language between them, but they still felt like, for some people, it's based on the discussions I had from lunch, as 4 arguably quite different worlds that only for some people get fully connected together. So it's we need to be conscious of that as we go through the days of how is this conferencing then helping us towards a more holistic way of doing things. So some of my takeaways. The plan, as I said before lunch, the plan for this session is to try and get a bit more airtime for people from the floor, and I would really encourage young people, as diverse a group as possible, to participate in that. So you'd have heard last time that we had these 3 questions, and we had 2 rounds for the first 2 questions, and then we concluded on the last. This time what we're going to do is conflate the first 2 questions. So the first question is going to be about exploring that scope of needs related to the area that people are involved in and already unpacking some of those gaps. Then we'll go to the floor, and then we'll come back for a final word from the panel. Hopefully, if I stop talking, there'll be a bit of space. So let me quickly go through the panel to introduce who we have here with us. So we have Manfred Novak, He's been the independent expert leading the United Nations Global Study on Children Deprived of Liberty since 2016. He's a professor for international human rights at the University of Vienna, where he's the scientific director of the Vienna Master of Arts in Human Rights and co-director of the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Human Rights. Take a breath. In addition, he serves as the Secretary General of the Global Campus of Human Rights in Venice. He's been involved in various functions at the United Nations, the Council of Europe, the EU, and other intergovernmental organizations. So welcome, Manfred. Then we have Martina Klunemann. She's a German family court judge, focused on children's rights in cross-border proceedings. She's responsible for international family, for dealing with international family conflicts. I don't think she's responsible for the conflicts, for conflicts pending at her court in Hamm, North Rhine-Westphalia, a district of 9 million inhabitants. She has extensively published in the field of international family law and acts as an expert for the Hague Conference on Private International Law and on the European level. Martina is a network judge in the European Judicial Network in civil and commercial matters and in the International Hague Network of Judges, as well as co-chair of the Association of International Family Judges. And believe me, that's the short version, all right? So then next to me on my left, I have Nuala Mole. She's the founder and senior lawyer at the Advice on Individual Rights in Europe, the ERA Center. She is an expert on European human rights, and particularly in the rights of children. She has over 35 years' experience working in the field. She's acted in more than 120 cases before the European Court of Human Rights and the Court of Justice of the EU, and in a number of landmark legislation cases in the UK, many concerning children's rights. So Nuala's conducted training across Europe on a wide range of topics, including the interface between the European Court of Human Rights, EU law, and children's rights. Welcome, Nuala. Then far left, we have Stefan Auer-Stuga, a member of the Vienna City Council. Stefan is a member of the Austrian Social Democratic Party. He's a member of the Federal Parliament of Vienna, sitting on the committees of European and International Affairs, Urban Development, and Participation. He also works for the Austrian Association of Cities and Towns and is responsible for business and housing affairs. Welcome, Stefan. Okay, so without further ado, that's enough ado, isn't it? We'll now go into the discussions. And for the first intervention, then, Manfred, I would invite you to speak.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adrio. And it's very good to be back again at the EU Forum on the Rights of the Child. And many thanks to the hosts for organizing again such a variety of topics, and Valeria, I'm very grateful for all what you have done. Now, I think in the morning, late morning, Nigel reminded us, and I think it's good that he reminded us, that quite much has been achieved in those 30 years since the Convention on the Rights of the Child entered into force. If you look at many different areas, also including child soldiers, for instance, or including violence against children, so the two topics of the earlier global UN studies on children, quite a lot has been achieved also by awareness raising, of course, with the assistance of the two SISGs of the on children in armed conflict and violence against children, but also in many other areas. On the other hand, I think there's one area where I think very, very little has been achieved and where there is very little awareness, and that is the topic of my global study, the deprivation of liberty of children. It's a general phenomenon. I mean, I spent 6 years as UN Special Rapporteur on torture, having 18 official fact-finding missions, visiting hundreds, if not thousands, of places of detention in the world, in all regions of the world. And I think one of the main lessons that I learned was that prison walls, and that's now a metaphor for all kind of walls and fences, prison walls serve a double purpose. They lock people in, but also they lock the public out. And that means for the general public, they are not really interested what's going on behind bars. There's some kind of feeling if you are detained somewhere, whether it's in a migration detention center, a prison, a place for locking up people with drug abuses, etc., they must have something done wrong. So it's not really, those are not really the people where we create a lot of empathy. It's also not surprising that there are very, very few non-governmental organizations that really deal with the rights of prisoners and detainees. One should think that's different for children, but unfortunately it's not. So the whole phenomenon of children deprived of liberty, and we still don't know how many there are. UNICEF once kind of threw the 1 million into the air in the 1990s, but it was certainly not evidence-based and probably relating only to children deprived of liberty in the administration of justice. So the main purpose, or one of the main purposes of the global study on children deprived of liberty is first of all to find out how many kids are currently locked up. And I hope that by the end, so I have to present the study. I see Sana nodding and saying, you will never be able to tell us exactly how many kids are there deprived of liberty. I am still optimistic. I think we are collecting many, many different data. So at least by means of extrapolation, we should be able to come up with a better number than the numbers that are so far available. And I'm afraid that this will be in the millions of children if you take all different types together. Now, the Convention on the Rights of the Child is very, very clear. It says, in principle, kids should not be behind bars. It very clearly says you first have to look at all other alternatives. And there are many alternatives. In the administration of criminal justice, diversion at a very early stage, diversion away from the criminal justice system into the child welfare system. In the area of institutions, and that's a very, very broad topic, children with disabilities in institutions, whether it is children with behavioral problems or what the Convention on the Rights of the Child says, children can be, the European Convention on Human Rights says that children can be detained, deprived of liberty for educational supervision, very often also in Europe for many years. There are, in migration-related detention, there are always, alternatives, deinstitutionalization. Instead of putting children, whether these are orphans or any other children still living in the streets, in institutions, children have a right to grow up in a family or family-type setting. And much has been achieved, but still there are millions of children that are living in institutions and are de jure or de facto deprived of liberty. Migration-related detention. It's another area, and that is particularly an area of concern in Europe, also in the United States, in Australia, and other of the rich countries, where refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants are trying to go in order to be protected. There are always alternatives. You don't have to lock up kids, whether they are unaccompanied minors or whether they are migrating with their families in detention. They are there in order to seek protection. And there are also good practices that we have seen, that there are states that actually abolished migration-related detention for children. So other states can follow that. And I'm speaking about on a global level, but I also speak about Europe. There are also big differences in Europe. So only if there is really no alternative, and there might be some cases that children have committed very, very serious crimes, are extremely dangerous, related to terrorist crimes, etc. The convention says, okay, in these cases, as a measure of last resort, you might deprive them of liberty. But then it says, even in those cases, only for the shortest appropriate period of time. And that means days, weeks, perhaps months, but not years, not many years. We have still also in Europe children that are sentenced to very long-term, and that means many years of prison services, prison sentences. So again, it's something, is that in compliance with the shortest appropriate period of time? Because also after you are sentenced, there are still all kind of measures of diversion and release on bail and whatever that make it easier for children to be finally reintegrated again. So I have 2 minutes left. Second point is, I would say the second main issue is the lack of data. It was said already, I think, by Michael and others, I think Martha as well, there's a lack of data. We have sent out questionnaires to all states in the world, and I should say most of the EU member states have responded to this questionnaire, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have really provided an overall set of data. So we lack the data, and it's not that difficult. So already the process of collecting the data, the process of responding to the questionnaire created a certain awareness. Yes, we are lacking data. We should actually do that on an annual basis. The number of children behind bars should be, for all statistical offices, an issue where they should, at a certain snapshot date, actually collect those data. Yeah, I leave it at that because I hope that I will have afterwards. There are other issues that I would like to raise. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, that's not your last opportunity to speak. And some highlights that I picked up there. This notion of dealing with the empathy, getting that the challenge of overcoming that in general, but particularly for children. The notion of the challenge of identifying the scale of this, though you're optimistic about being able to identify that scale. The challenges around migration-related detention as something in and of itself that is being addressed, and also this lack of data that's out there that's there to inform the choices that are being made. So thank you, Martina.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm really glad, and thanks for the invitation. That gives me the opportunity to answer the questions from the point of view as a practitioner, as a sitting judge in the German province, in a small town. And my work is only dealing with cross-border family proceedings, and most of them do. Are about children. We have, in the last years, there is a high increase of our cases, and this is of no wonder because of the globalization, the freedom of move, the political, economic situations within the EU, out of the EU, leads to a situation in which families and children are moving, a moving society. And this does include children. Some of them are accompanied, some are not accompanied. They move lawfully or unlawfully. It's an abduction. Beside that, we are facing today manifold forms of living forms of families, and the variety of the realities of the unit called family is getting more and more colorful. This is what we are facing as judges in the family courts. If parents fight after such a move of a child from one country to the other country, it is extremely important in the court proceedings that the child's dignity is guaranteed by the professionals as the children are the most vulnerable persons in our proceedings. The parents, they always argue that they are only doing everything in the best interest of their child, but this is not the truth. They are doing something in their own, having regard to their own interests. So these cross-border proceedings are the most highest conflict cases we regularly have in the family courts. And as the parents have lost sight on their children, as professionals, we must try our best to focus on the child and the interests of the child. What does that mean? Strengthening of the voice of the child. That includes understanding the voice of the child. Guarantee that the child's interests are well represented in the proceedings. Guardian ad litems. We talked about child-friendly justice. I think I'm the alien here. I'm the only judge in the room as far as I saw it. So one more. Dear colleague, hi. 2 aliens. So in which way should our topics be addressed? How is the child informed in an age-adequate way? These are questions we are facing and where we need a good answer. We have to guarantee a thoroughly taken but quick taken answer, because the child's binding, they disappear much quicker than we can imagine, and uncertainty causes a high pressure for a child. We have to apply the law correctly, and this is difficult in cross-border cases because there is a variety of instruments that have to be taken into account, and professional acting by the court, the lawyers, other actors is extremely important. In most of these cases, cooperation is needed. On the one hand side, cooperation within the state, interdisciplinary between these actors, but also cross-borders, direct judicial communication between 2 courts in 2 member states is of need. You already dealt with that child. Can you give me information? Can you explain your judgment to me? And here, the central authorities and the European Judicial Network in civil and commercial matters plays an important role. We should guarantee that all efforts are taken to help the parties, mostly the parents, to find an amicable solution also having regard to the opinion of the child, taking it into account. Because agreed solutions are, and I'm really convinced, are the best for the children, because on the one hand side, it's practical for us. They avoid further proceedings, but this is not the main topic. The main topic is they are in the best interest of the children because the parents stop struggling on that question. Insofar, mediation plays an important role. In this modern world of moving children, legal certainty is of highest importance for these moving children. It offers stability for their living conditions. Legal situations and judgments have to remain valid. That means recognized and enforceable after the move. We will soon, hopefully, have the revised Brussels IIa regulation, and this means an important step insofar. We have the concept of habitual residence, so the question which court has the international jurisdiction on a question is focused on the question of habitual residence. And for me, this is the leading modern factor and the right way to have a look and to determine the questions, which courts are responsible. And we should protect that. So all these approaches come back to citizenship, to cultural roots as determining factors should be refused. And I'm really glad that the European Court of Justice is very strict insofar. The habitual residence is the social world of the child, and the child deserves protection concerning this social world. We're still facing too many abductions of children. I'm not talking of criminal abductions by a criminal for gaining money. I'm talking especially of abductions by parents. One takes the child away to a country without asking the other parent. And there are still too many of them, so effective measures are needed to avoid them. And finally, we already talked about that, measures of protection of the most vulnerable group of children, the unaccompanied minors. So, from my point of view, the EU has already done a lot insofar with different regulations, directives, initiatives, trainings, and whatever. But the overall idea behind all of this is trust. Have trust in the jurisdiction in the other member state. But this is not yet in the head of the professionals. We're still far away from that. I do EU-wide trainings, and there I still meet those people who say, those judges who say, the child is in front of me. I don't care about international jurisdiction. My court, my material law is the best to help that child. But this is not the way we should act. So we still need to go on insofar to develop more trust and to give more information insofar. So, because normally it's not denial of the work of the others in the other states, it's more lack of knowledge. Knowledge that the others also try their best in the interest of the child. They might define best interest of a child in a different way, but it's always best interest. And the EU-wide trainings and exchange programs are extremely valuable insofar. They have to get to know each other, they have to discuss topics, and then to see that they are facing the same problems. More knowledge about international instruments. We are still far away from a situation in which family judges in the member states know which international instrument, which EU regulation they have to apply, and when are they allowed to apply national law. They regularly directly go into their national law because they feel at home insofar, and they do not yet feel at home in the regulations and the Hague, the international instruments. It's a difficult topic, private international law, and the diversity of instruments. So there is still a lot of need for trainings. So that should already start at university. The university nowadays pays more attention than in former days. But I just heard last week from a Spanish professor, she said, it's starting too early, they are too young, they don't understand it in our system, private international law. And in the trainings we're doing, they always focus, the EU trainings always focus on EU instruments, but this is only part of the story, because for the judges, they need an overview of all the instruments. So we should be more global, and to finally, another leg, from my experience, the courts, while dealing with families, they do not take too much, they do not have enough awareness of possible cross-border situations occurring in the future. The judgments are difficult to understand for children or for parents, for everybody. They don't know who has gained which right, they can't understand it, and then they abduct their children with all these effects that it's given. So the judgments, the language should be much clearer insofar. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. So I think a very rich overview, and so just some points that came out at me there, this notion of just the volume of children that people in your position are having to deal with, the complexity, the changing or complexity of the family unit, recognizing children as the most vulnerable and making sure that their interests are being balanced against those that have been put forward by the parents. the complexity of applying the law, the cross-border nature of that, the multiple instruments that you need to deal with, the challenge of achieving certainty for children, this notion of a habitual resident, how to address that and tailor that for each of the children that you're dealing with, and finding appropriate tools for doing that. And indeed, the challenge of unaccompanied minors in migration you talked about as a particular topic. So thank you for that very rich overview. Nuala, you're on.
Thank you very much indeed. We were reminded this morning that we have 30 years of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, but we perhaps overlooked the fact that we have 60 years since the Declaration on the Rights of the Child, and without that initiative at international level, we would never have got to the Convention. And even though I'm probably the oldest person in the room, I was still not around in 1924 when the first Geneva Declaration on the Rights of the Child was adopted. And poignantly for what we're talking about, or one of the issues we're talking about today, it was adopted in relation to the privations that displaced children were suffering in the Balkans as a result of having to flee war and war-torn areas. That's something to remember back from 1924. I'm going to look a little bit at the scope of the needs and the gaps. I will try not to be too technical, but I'm a lawyer. I can't help it. Somebody has already mentioned, in fact, Manfred has mentioned, Dan Martina, that families are not like they were before. 2 children born in wedlock to a couple living together is actually quite a rarity. Now, I think 63% of the children born in France were not born into such families last year. But there are new relationships, and these new relationships give rise to new problems for children's identity and their ability to find themselves rooted in their identities. So you have surrogacy, you have assisted reproductive technology, and it's very important to remember the child in all of this, because the litigation that goes on around these things is often focused on the adults, on the parents. And we have seen it as something of a mission to intervene in cases both in national courts and in the 2 European courts in order to remind those courts that it is the best interests of the child which must be the primary consideration when they are making their decisions. There is a wonderful project being done by the Hague Conference on Private International Law, which is a project that has been going on for 8 years now on parentage and surrogacy, which has been looking to get an international consensus and an international agreement about how we go about recognizing parentage and surrogacy arrangements from other jurisdictions. It's a long time since the Judeo-Christian plus secular concept of the family was the norm in Europe. And now we have other forms of family. We have just had a case decided last week by the court in Luxembourg, the CJEU, the EU court, about kafala, the Islamic version of adoption. It's not adoption, but it is almost identical to the mechanism known in Europe as adoption simple, simple adoption, rather than adoption plénière, full adoption. And then we have had a kafala case decided by the Committee on the Rights of the Child, a Belgian case decided just recently in the UNCRC committee. And we're now waiting for a judgment out of the Court of Justice in Luxembourg about the situation of children born in Northern Ireland who are Irish citizens and what their rights are cross-border. Shh, we're not going to say that word.
I was right there. I was right there.
But what is very important is to get the European... Martina and her colleagues do a wonderful job getting the national judges on side on all of this. But what we are trying to do is to get the two European courts on side, the CJEU and the ECTHR. The CJEU has a duty under Article 24, the rights of the child, that's in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and the ECTHR, the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, has a duty under Article 53 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which says you can't take a decision about children's human rights unless you take into account and apply the standards that exist in other international instruments like the Convention on the Rights of the Child, like the Istanbul Convention that was spoken about earlier today about protecting women and children from violence. And it's very important that the European courts observe in practice as well as in theory the requirement of the Rights of the Child Convention that the child should be heard. And we're trying to insist that in every case about children that comes before those two courts, they specifically look to see whether the national courts heard the children appropriately in the national proceedings. We've also been looking, I think, at deaths in the Mediterranean today, which is a tragedy that could have been avoided. On the 24th of April, the European Court in Strasbourg will hear a case called MN against Belgium, which will decide whether or not it was permissible for the Belgians to refuse to grant a visa to a family with young children fleeing from Aleppo so that they could come and make a proper legal application for asylum in Belgium, and they were sent back. And the question is, how many children would not have died in the Mediterranean if they had been able to get visas to come and make their applications for asylum? We've done a lot of work with people like Sarob Med, and somebody mentioned earlier this morning about the criminalization of search and rescue operations, and that's also a very important issue, and we've got a lot of work we're having to do in Italy on that now. And then we move on to, I think, one of my penultimate point, you'll be glad to know, which is about the children of imprisoned parents. I think there is someone from COPE here in the audience. I saw briefly over lunch, but I think this is one of the most neglected areas of European concern. It's not about children who are imprisoned, as Manfred was talking about, children imprisoned either in the criminal justice system. It's about the effect of the imprisonment of their parents on children and the effect of unthinking management of those prison sentences and the effect that that has on children by keeping parents and children hundreds of kilometers away from each other and making it very difficult for them to maintain family relations. This has been shown to be penologically a very stupid thing to do because it encourages reoffending and indeed sucks the children into criminal lives again. The recent case of Cerci against Romania, where they didn't even mention the rights of the child when they were refusing to transfer somebody from Romania to Turkey to serve his, not to let out of prison, but to serve his sentence in a Turkish prison where his children would be able to visit him. And last but not least, talking about participation, I wanted to talk a little bit about voting ages, because people have talked about listening to children, and I'm sure that Stefan will talk about listening to children in the excellent Vienna paradigm that he's going to mention. But children can marry at 16, children can do almost everything at 16. You know, I know.
My kids know.
Yes. I know about hearing the children. I have 7 very opinionated grandchildren who make sure I hear them all the time. But it's quite strange that you can join the army at 16, but you can't vote. And I think it may be something that we should be looking at for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. And that was great in many ways, but also in the way that it's stitched across a number of the issues that we've talked about already, in terms of making the links to the changing nature of families, the balance between the rights of parents and ensuring the rights of and the voices of children coming through, linking through to some of the issues we mentioned before lunch around the deaths in the Mediterranean, what that means at the level of the children that are caught in that, and also what it means if their parents are then sent back to countries, and what then happens to the children, and also this notion of participation. I think it's a key theme of the conference that we've got, and I know that, Stefan, this is going to be an area that you're speaking to. So, Stefan, I give you the word to speak about some of your experiences in Vienna and beyond.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. First, referring to Martina, politicians also often seen as aliens, so I hope I do it better for you now. And in Austria, you can vote at the age of 16, so for everybody for this information. I have 2 topics for you. First, an example of a participation approach of the city of Vienna. We started a few weeks ago, the largest participation approach with young people in the history of the city. And the second one is the idea behind the claim of a child guarantee, which is part of the EU urban agenda process. In the morning, when I saw the first films, which are shown here, I remembered when I was a school speaker, just I think 25 years ago, and I think it's hardly changed in the schools. So gone now. Change it, please. We changed the participation in the cities, and why participation is so important, because you need participation of everybody, but also especially for young people, for a living democracy. And democracy and human rights are both sides of the same medal, I think. And this is the motivation for us in Vienna to give this participation process. We call it in German Werkstatt Junges Wien. It's not too easy to translate it correct. I will call it a think tank, Young Vienna. But you will see it's more than a think tank. I've said it. It's the largest participation project with children and young people in Vienna's history, at least 500 workshops with 10,000 young people. And it's the results of these workshops are the basic for a youth strategy for Vienna. And the target groups of this process are young people between 3 and 19. You see we have a wide approach of young people. These workshops are held by teachers, educators, social workers, youth workers, and also in self-organized groups with institutions who work with young people, or young people organize themselves these workshops. And so these workshops are to be held in schools, kindergartens, and other youth associations. And what are the questions in these workshops? We are talking what works well in Vienna, what doesn't work so well in Vienna, what are the most pressing issues for the city, and in what kind of Vienna would you like to live? And I think this is the most important question. It's also the question, in what kind of Europe would you like to live? And we started with the question, in the local area, in which city do you want to live? And after these workshops, in a few weeks, the city administration of Vienna developed concrete indicators and measures, and then we are adopting a youth strategy which will be discussed and in the Federal Parliament of Vienna. And in the second way, we also adopting a process that the young people can monitor the implementation of this strategy. And this is for me the most important thing, because on the one hand you can discuss about measures, but you also have to see what's going on with these suggestions. And we will do this together with the young people, and they also will be engaged when measures are carried out. So this is a short overview about this process, Werkstatt Junges Wien, Think Tank Young Vienna. How many minutes left? Two. Okay. Say it in 2 words, I have learned. Now, then I make it short, but it's really important for me to say it in this room. At the other panel session, I think Michael has spoken short words about child poverty in Europe. And I think it's really a tragedy. 25 million people under the age of 18 are living in poverty or have fear to fall out in poverty. And we have to do really measures to handle with this problem. And we have to do it now, and we have to do it in the cities. We have discussed about in the urban agenda process, in the program Cities Poverty, that we need an own program to fight against child poverty. We call it the Child Guarantee. Child Guarantee is about free healthcare systems, free educations, decent housing, and these measures are really necessary to get out of this cycle of poverty, because poverty isn't a natural phenomenon. We are responsible for poverty in this society, and we have to fight against it. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan, and thanks. I mean, that was a really great and sort of practical example of how you're operationalizing child participation and giving them a voice. And I mean, personally, I love the point that you included on monitoring. Gives a sense that this is not just about one-off events, showcasing. This is about engaging really in a process. So that's a really powerful example, I think. And indeed, the issue of poverty and what that means for children is an enormous issue. Okay, so what we'd like to do now is to open it up to the floor. And again, ideally, it can be statements or it can be questions for the panel. Ideally, in the areas that we've been speaking. So, who's got a comment over here? And short and sharp.
Hi, my name is Sandra Leon. I come from the Spanish High Commissioner to fight against child poverty. My question is for Stefan, and I would like to reflect on how to connect the two strands in your presentation, child poverty and participation. As we know that socioeconomic inequalities are connected to inequalities in political participation. So what can we do in order not to end up empowering the ones who are already empowered?
We'll just take a few points and then we'll make sure that Stefan answers that specific question. Here's some other points. The chap at the back, yellow shirt, no hair.
Thanks for the empathy. Michael Flynn with the Global Detention Project. I have a couple observations following on Mr. Novak's points, specifically on the issue of immigration detention of children. It seems to me that any conversation about the immigration detention of children today has to take into account the 2017 Joint General Comment by the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Committee on Migrant Workers concerning its interpretation of those two treaties and the treatment, the human rights of children in migration context. With the issue of immigration detention of children, the CRC in this Joint General Comment is very clear. The immigration detention of children is never, in any case, in the interest of a child. It seems to me that this is an important point to make because Europe remains very far from having interpreted or adopted this interpretation of the convention. For example, in our analysis at the Global Detention Project of the legislation in EU countries, we find that only a very small handful of countries have adopted laws prohibiting the detention of children for immigration reasons. And those that have are very narrowly focused on the issue of unaccompanied minors. The issue of accompanied minors remains very fraught. And this has very important implications for the conversations we're having today. First of all, in most cases, children are being detained alongside their parents without any recognition that they're being detained. Rather, they're accompanied. And so what happens? This means that these children have no rights to legal recourses themselves because they're not recognized as being detained. That's one issue. The second issue is because they're not recognized as being detained, when you ask a state for statistics on numbers of children being detained, they can't tell you because they don't count them. This makes it a practical impossibility to give any kind of estimate on the numbers of people, children being detained in European Union countries, which obviously is a complication that Mr. Novak is confronting, I'm sure, with the global study. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's deepened the presentation that's been made already and added some dimensions to that challenge. Gentleman here.
Thank you. I have a question for all of you regarding the child imprisonment. Some people tend to, I don't know, sort of get away with this thing by saying that they're not prisons, they're correctional facilities or re-education centers. And I would like to hear your opinion on this. Like, do you think that these centers, these child prisons, are efficient in re-educating children, or they're just, I don't know, prisons for children? I would like to hear your opinion on this.
If I've understood correctly, are these child prisons, are they effective in doing anything, or are they just gratuitous prisons that actually make the problem worse?
Yes, I would like to know if these prisons actually correct the behavior that they're... Yeah.
Yes, thank you. My name is Rekina Jenstetter, and I'm the coordinator for children's rights in the Council of Europe, and I wanted to make just a few observations and raise a few issues. First of all, for Madam Kleinman, concerning the international child abductions, which I think is obviously a challenge, but I wonder whether we don't have a blind spot in this as well concerning the situation of children that are going through the divorce and separation of their parents in a country. And we've not paid much attention to the fact that there are children that are not heard in proceedings where their parents are being, where they're separating and divorcing. the duration of the proceedings, they can be extremely long, and I think that we can expedite them, especially when there are young children whose parents are separating. I think there is also a problem concerning the non-enforcement or non-execution of judgment and the decisions of the justice system, justice decisions and administrative decisions where the visiting rights or the custody decision is not respected. What are the alternatives? What are the solutions? Does mediation work? Are there national action plans? And I think that this is an area where I believe a lot of children's rights are not being respected. And then I wanted also to reassure Madame Moll that we in the Council of Europe, we have a recommendation on children of imprisoned parents, which was adopted a few years ago, which is very helpful for policy makers, and which we are very pleased to be able to use within the member states of the 47 of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Let's take one more. There's a few hands up. I'm spoilt for choice. Lady in the green.
Sorry, Benoit. I know you were in front of me and your hand was up before, so apologies. My name's Jana Hainsworth. I'm Secretary General of Eurochild. I just wanted to come back on Stefan's intervention. Thank you very much also for mentioning the child guarantee, which is a very ambitious initiative to provide free access to childcare, healthcare, education, nutrition, and decent housing. One of the key challenges, and as we move now into the next transition to a new European Union, is the budget and all of the financing. And we're very committed to that investment piece of children and how important it is to put the rights of the child into the thinking about our budgeting. And I wonder if you could speak to that in Vienna, because that is clearly a big piece of the political prioritization, is also putting that at the heart of the budget planning.
I'm going to come back to the panel, but Benoit, wherever you are, if you were left out, I'd like to give you, go for it, Benoit. Not just the man in the grey jacket.
Yes, I owe you that. Thank you. It will be short, but it's worth to mention that all the panelists have made it very clear that without a proper access to justice, you won't solve all the problems that we were mentioning. And without a child-friendly justice system at all stages, you won't have child justice at all. There is nothing worse than telling a child that they have rights without an implementation system, because then you cheat them. And so I think that this has also to be very clear, because the implementation of all children's rights go through remedies, recourses, a justice system, individuals who are able to support a child in a friendly way. And so this to mention that there is an initiative that is launched now concerning Child-Friendly Justice European Network. There will be a presentation tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 after the session tomorrow. So please join us, because we would like to accelerate the move concerning the implementation of child-friendly justice. And there is another initiative that we will talk about tomorrow at the same panel. It's ensuring that justice for children is included in SDG 16+, which deals with access to justice. For the moment, we were, the system, the implementation system of the SDGs was only talking about access to justice in general, but children were completely absent of this discussion. And we would like to have an access to justice discussion in the SDG 16+. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go back to the panel with the caveat that they're going to give really short answers. And that's going to mean that we can come back and get another round in from the floor. So I've got 4 points. There was the question about poverty and participation that was for you, Stefan, if there's an answer on that. There's the question that I would invite, whoever wants to put their hand up on this one, to deal with the question on the effectiveness of child prisons.
There was the question related to, dealing with the legal options, dealing with children whose parents are going through divorce proceedings. There's a comment directly to you on that, Martin. And there was another question that I've not written down clearly enough to read my own handwriting that was also related to Vienna. And that's going to go to you, Stefan. I'll trust your memory on that. Otherwise, we'll go back to the lady to clarify. So maybe, Stefan, if you want to take those two questions that came your way, quick as possible, please. And then we'll deal with the other two questions. Yeah.
Thank you. So we're talking about representation in democracy and money, the main topics in policy. It's true. It's a problem in all participation processes we are making about how to deal with it. But there's a commitment to handle this. You have to see in Vienna, we are in the lucky position that the kindergarten and the schools are without fees. So we are very proud of it that we have a huge representation of the people in these institutions of the city of Vienna. So we can work with these institutions, and so we hope that we can make a broad range of people to get involved in this process. But we have to keep many eyes on it, and it's really pointed out in our approach that we have to handle it. And yes, we need money. So the cities need money to guarantee kindergarten and schools and housing for the families. And it's a fight. It's a fight in Europe about this money, and so Vienna is a partner for this fight, but we also need you for this fight. I say it in these clear words. The cities in Europe are not in the best positions in this discuss, but I think we can only solve these problems in the area of the cities. So please put it together. And
I think there are a couple of questions. One's also to you, how to combine child participation with poverty. There was a famous study of the World Bank, Voices of the Poor, where 60,000 poor people have been interviewed. And the overall topic, the overall theme was that they lack participation, political participation. So empowering the poor is the most important vehicle in order for them to lift themselves out of poverty. So it's a very, very close cooperation. Secondly, on Michael, I think you overlooked his question on so many, it's not just many children are detained with parents but not counted. I think it goes beyond that. In the migration-related detention, of course we did receive from governments all kind of data, but very often these detention facilities, however you call them, reception centers in Austria, they are now called exit centers, where they should be received actually, and very often whether children, but also adults and children with their parents are actually deprived of liberty, although this is not recognized by the states as official deprivation of liberty. So the data that we received are definitely far below the real extent of this phenomenon. And on your question, however you call them, whether you call them prisons or correctional centers or whatever, they are closed institutions. They are institutions where children are locked up for whatever, correctional purposes, educational purposes. I mean, in general, there is a lot. We did a global study within the global study on the impact of deprivation of liberty on the physical and mental health of children. And the overall outcome is, of course, for children, deprivation of liberty is much worse than for adults, because children have different needs in order to exercise, to move around, whatever. And if you lock them up in a room or in a cell, of course, it is a very, very strong interference with their rights. So the kind of positive re-education or kind of rehabilitation effects are very, very small. Studies show very, very clearly if you lock up children, and often it starts in this kind of educational supervision institutions, etc., then many of those kids actually at a certain point commit some minor crimes, and then they're ending up in the juvenile justice system. So you have a long record starting in an orphanage and ending up in a prison. So the best way is never to lock them up. That gives them the best opportunity in a family type setting not to become criminal.
A very, very brief one, simply that we are handicapped by the fact that the drafters of the European Convention on Human Rights back in 1950 included a provision which said it was okay to lock up children for educational purposes, and nobody has ever deleted that. In many discussions I've sat round in Strasbourg with the CDDH, with the committee that does this, we've tried to suggest that as a reform of the convention we got this taken out, but it hasn't worked anywhere. I know that the Council of Europe has adopted a recommendation on the children of imprisoned parents. I would quote the mantra, practical and effective, not theoretical and illusory. We have a lovely recommendation, but then the court, which is the body that could actually stop it right now, or could enforce the best interests of children in these matters, has declined to do so. That's why I'm very insistent about how we have to keep on educating the court in Luxembourg and the court in Strasbourg about their responsibilities under the Committee on the Rights of the Child. And one last point, simply, which is that in migration cases, it's very important that the judges who deal with migration and asylum cases have an understanding about children's rights, children's best interests, and how to listen to and interpret what is said by children. And we in the UK are trying very hard at the moment, and we have the support of most of the judiciary in trying to get specialised children's courts for asylum and migration issues, like you have for family law and like you have for juvenile justice. And I just wanted to add something. No, it's with what Martina said.
Martina's going to speak in a minute.
Can I just say one little thing?
Go on then.
Thank you. We have something which is called the Peter Jackson letter in the UK. And when I was at a conference in the Balkans last week on children's rights under the ECHR, when it was read out, there was hardly a dry eye in the room, because a judge, in deciding on a children and family dispute, delivered his judgment by writing a letter to the child, by telling the child that he had listened to him, that he'd heard what he was saying, he'd heard his views, and that these were all the reasons why he had come to the judgment he had come to, in order for the child, who was at the centre of the legal proceedings, to understand why the decision affecting him had been reached. And we all thought that this was a great model.
Okay, so we can have one more answer to the question that was raised related to children's parents going through a divorce, and then I'm desperate. We're going to go back to the floor again, even if we overshoot.
So thanks for the opportunity to focus just a very, very short moment on those children that go through separation and divorce of their parents. unfortunately, most of them also suffer a high pressure. And I didn't talk about them during my comment. Why? Because I focused on the EU-regulated situations, that is judicial cooperation, that is cross-border. And concerning your questions, hearing of children in national cases, or also in these cases, hearing of children in the proceedings take too long, effective enforcement. This is all national law that decides. So the EU can't go into these topics because the EU can only go into these cross-border topics. And just for giving you an idea, in the German system, the Constitutional Court already told us in the 1980s that because of the rights of personality of the child, the judge himself, herself, has to hear children in family cases concerning a child starting at the age of 3. So I do hear them. The other question is, what does hearing mean? We could talk about that for hours. And the other thing is, we have a pretty new law in Germany. This is all national procedural law that says in child-related proceedings in the family court, a first oral hearing has to take place within 1 month. And this is really effective because it shortens our proceedings. The parents are much quicker in court than they were before, and in many cases that helps. So your topics are important topics, but they can't be solved on an EU level.
Okay, so we've got like 5 minutes left. So what we're going to do is, I want 3 interventions where people just made clear, knowing that we're going to be going back to the panel for one last round, what's the thing that you need to hear most? What would you like them to include in that wrap-up? And the rules for the wrap-up are, people have got literally 1 minute each to wrap up what you feel are the most important things going forwards. And I really mean, so 1 minute. You're looking into my eyes? You're looking into my eyes? Okay. But let's first take those 3 interventions. So no big speeches, please, but people burning issues you just think we haven't mentioned enough. So I just want to go to somebody that hasn't spoken so far. Gentleman over here, grey jumper.
Thank you. My name is Helmut Sachs. I'm based at the Boltzmann Institute of Human Rights. I just wanted to highlight this one issue that we actually should not forget when talking about specific topics and all these kind of silos, that we also need to find the linking elements. I'm speaking of also a systems approach to all these issues we have just heard about structures, about relationships, about qualities. We can talk ages about guardians, but we also need to have qualified guardians. We can talk about education and competences in school, but what about the climate in class, the safety aspects of it? So I think we should not forget about all that kind of this cross-cutting dimension of a systems approach, how different actors actually work together, and ultimately also what Benoit mentioned in terms of child-friendly justice. As we heard of the legal remedies, but at the same time there is also, in many cases, a need to have psychological support for children. So it's not just about giving them a procedure at court, but also it should be a package in terms of the responses to the children. I think that's also something for all these elements, whether it's about prevention of deprivation of liberty, child protection system, social protection system, to work together.